Hey guys, tonight we're crawling into the salt-stained boots of Lübeck's harbor pilot, where the Baltic licks the docks like a stray cat begging for scraps. Imagine cobblestones slick with centuries of fish guts and sailors' regrets. That's right, you're about to babysit a medieval port, while Europe's most impatient cargo ships play bumper cars in the dark. Pro tip: don't blink. The 14th century crane here once hoisted entire kingdoms worth of wool and wax. And yes, you'd need 6 coffees to pronounce Hanseatic League correctly at 3 a.m. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop a comment with your location and local time. Tell me if you're braving this in bed or hiding from daylight like a proper vampire. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Your boots sink into wet gravel. Each crunch echoes off warehouse walls taller than the things you've been avoiding since Tuesday. The Baltic whispers through rigging wires, a ice-cold ASMR track no one asked for. 15 lanterns sway overhead, their glow pooling on black water like molten honey. You count them twice. 16, 17, 18. The 18th winks, a gaslight's nervous tick. Historians still argue whether Lübeck's founders deliberately mimicked Venice's canals or just really hated dry socks. Brine stings your nostrils, part ocean, part that unmarked barrel leaking something will politely call fermented herring surprise. A gull squawks. You jump. It's the only bird dumb enough to work the night shift. Your palm finds the harbor wall, its stones still warm from the sun's ghost. Did you know workers mixed cow's blood into the mortar here? True story. Medieval concrete recipe, half engineering, half witchcraft. West wind slaps your cheek, carrying a tune from some alehouse window. The melody wobbles like a drunk accordionist trying to walk a tightrope. You squint at the moon, its silver dripping down masts, turning ropes into spider silk. 800 years ago, this harbor stored enough timber to rebuild Denmark. Tonight, it's just you and a suspicious tarp flapping like it's hiding a body. Maybe 2. A bell tolls. 2 a.m. 5 seconds later, the Wayhouse clock chimes, perpetually fashionably late. Your breath fogs, a tiny cloud with commitment issues. 3 crates creak in the shadows. Historians still argue whether the Hanseatic merchants used ravens as messengers or just really liked goth home decor. You pivot boots grinding pebbles and freeze. A shape glides through the channel. No lights, no engine growl, just silent. Your pulse plays bongos. Turns out, it's just a barge full of turnips. The captain nods, face hidden under a hat that screams I've seen things. Let's pretend he's smuggling amber. More romantic, leaning on a bollard, your palm meets moss older than your great-grandma's grudges. The harbor pilot's hut waits ahead, its roof sagging like a tired shrug. Inside, charts stained with ale, a half-carved mermaid figurine, and one chair that'll give you splinters in places you didn't know could get splinters. You hesitate. That's when the fog rolls in a wool blanket woven from ghost stories and bad decisions. 3 waves slap the jetty, 16 no, 17 heartbeats. A distant foghorn moans, the Baltic's answer to a theremin solo. You exhale. The night stretches its bony fingers. Somewhere, a drunk sings about mermaids. Somewhere else, an accountant in Hamburg regrets his life choices. And you're here where the horizon licks its wounds and the stars yawn, bored of our nonsense. The lighthouse beam swings by, it'll be back in 24 seconds. You count, miss it, and you're just another shadow. Catch it, and Munglo slicks the harbor like spilled quicksilver. Your boots leave temporary craters in the light. Those buoys ahead, the red ones bobbing like your uncle after 3rd beers at Christmas. You track their rhythm, the sea's lazy heartbeat translated into floating iron. Listen close. The ping of navigation bells carries farther at night. Physics fact: cold air's a better conductor. Same reason winter campfires sound crisper. 200 years back, ships here carried Baltic timber to build Amsterdam's canal houses. Tonight, it's just a dredger creeping home, its deck stacked with silt secrets. Funny how ports never truly sleep. They just nap with one eye open. A barnacle-encrusted ladder leads down, each rung a frozen note in the harbor song. Your palm meets pitted iron, centuries of salt air etched into every pore. Waves smack the pilings below, their whitecaps glowing faintly green. Bioluminescent algae, medieval sailors called it mermaid wine, and feared scraping their hulls through it. Superstition claimed it heralded storms, though realistically, microscopic organisms don't care about your fishing schedule. The dredger's spotlight sweeps past, briefly tattooing your shadow onto a warehouse wall. You duck instinctively, old habit from teenage years, playing hide-and-seek in the shipyards. That starboard buoy's blinking suspiciously fast, either malfunction or some deckhand's prank with a strobe light. You check the tide chart's moons at perigee tonight, dragging the water higher than usual. Remember that Thai restaurant on Trave Street? Their moon phase soup specials were just mislabeled leftovers. But the placebo effect worked wonders. A container ship's horn groans 3 miles out, the nautical equivalent of texting 5 mins away. Historians still argue whether Lübeck's night pilots navigated by stolen Swedish star maps or pure intuition. Either way, they'd laugh at our GPS pings. Your radio crackles, a captain mispronouncing Trave River as Trave for the 7th time tonight. You let it slide. Linguistic gatekeeping's bad for tips. On shore, a vending machine glows, its neon HEISSERKAKAO sign warping in the mist. Someone should tell it summer's coming. The persistence of marketing's almost admirable. The dredger's wake unravels, a fraying rope of phosphorescence. You count waves like sheep, 14, between each buoy flash. 2 jellyfish pulse beneath the surface, translucent umbrellas caught in a silent storm. Did you know Goethe wrote part of Faust during a Lübeck sea fog? No, because he didn't. Made you look, though. A fish jumps. Its splash momentarily outsinks the harbor's metallic creaks. Midnight Mass starts at St. Mary's. You can tell by the bell's echo skimming the water 3 centuries back. They'd toll the storm bells during gales until the council got sued for sleep deprivation. Your thermos releases a ghost of ginger tea. The scent hooks into childhood memories of sick days. That speckled gull on the bollard isn't real, just a plastic bag caught in creative wind. You nickname it Klaus. Every harbor needs its own conspiracy theory. The moon's so bright it etches your eyelashes onto the docks. Vanity's useless here. Breathe in wood smoke from a distant chimney. Blends with kelp's vegetal musk. Someone's burning applewood, or maybe it's just the Baltic's signature eau de fridge, left ajar. The dredger tilts, disgorging a slurry of sand and unrecognizable debris. For a heartbeat, the muck forms a perfect seashell, then collapses into abstraction. Art critics would weep. Beneath your feet centuries of pulverized brick and fish bones compact into harbor concrete. Archaeologists found a 16th century rat skeleton here, still clutching a petrified rye loaf. True story. Look it up tomorrow when sleep feels less essential. That blinking buoy finally stabilizes, its rhythm matching your own breath now. Funny how technology either collaborates or gaslights, no in between. A tugboat chugs past, dragging the smell of diesel and fried onions from some unseen galley. Its wake slaps the seawall, each wavelet whispering cancel, cancel, cancel against the stones. You check the radar blips cluster near the estuary like moths at a bug zapper. The horizon flattens, moon playing peekaboo behind a smokestack silhouette. Dawn's still hours off, but night's grip softens by imperceptible degrees. The dredger's silhouette shrinks, swallowed by the same gloom it regurgitated. You turn toward the cargo docks, where shadows birth thicker shadows. Iron gates wind their hinges, singing the rusted anthem of maritime trade. Crates loom like mismatched teeth, some fresh sawn pine, others blackened by decades of salt. Your fingertips brush a tarp, its plastic skin sticky with dew and diesel exhaust. Hanseatic merchants once stacked Baltic amber here, each lump worth a medieval knight's yearly wages. Now, palletized Korean microwaves stretch toward the cranes, globalization's less glamorous heirlooms. A forklift beeps, its chassis shivering as it lifts 5 tons of something. The manifest says decorative garden ornaments. You've seen those gnomes before. They clinked. That lichen-covered shed to your left. Workers renovating it found bricks marked with 14th century mason symbols. True story, city archives have the photos. Tonight, it stores inflatable pool toys shaped like Viking longships. Progress wraps itself in irony's wet suit. Your boot nudges a rusted chain. It uncurls like a mechanical serpent. Listen, the hollow tap-tap of a loose hatch cover. 16th century smugglers used false hull compartments for pepper sacks. Spice fraud funded half the guild halls here. Historians still argue whether Lübeck's weighing scales were adjusted to shortchange Danish traders, follow the money, or the cinnamon trails. A tarpaulin flaps, revealing Komatsu excavator parts, glinting under security lights. Their hydraulic arms wait, folded like sleeping mantises. You inhale synthetic grease and pineapple. Customs once seized a shipment labeled fertilizer that reeked of Caribbean rum. Warehouse humor, the jokes on whoever drank it. Your radio squawks. A voice mentions irregularities at berth 7. You pretend not to hear. Berth 7s, where dockworkers play clandestine games of backgammon with beetle nuts as chips. Management calls it a productivity optimization workshop. The night shift survives on creative lies. 3 centuries ago, this pier held Sweden's looted church bells after the 30 Years' War. Now, stacked Yamaha keyboards shrink-wrap themselves in the Baltic chill. Time reshuffles plunder into karaoke. Step over a puddle. Its rainbow sheen whispers of spilled biodiesel and poor O-ring choices. That smell. Fermented molasses from a leaky barrel banned in 1905 as a public olfactory menace. Legend claims a drunken sculptor molded it into a rat-shaped monument. You've seen the photo. Looks more like a walrus with commitment issues. A security drone buzzes overhead, its red eye winking in anti-collision code. 2 centuries back, they'd have shot flares at anything winged and suspicious. Upgrade complete, paranoia's quieter now. You wave. It hesitates, then spirals upward into cloud cover. The Trave's current licks the piers, carving Morse code messages no one deciphers. Your flashlight catches a crate stencil. Fragile, handle like EGGS, laid by GHOSTS. Poetic, if impractical. Warehouse humor again. Someone's college minor in theater pays off nightly. A chill wind sifts through container gaps, whistling the tonal equivalent of a shrug. That blue container's been here since before your first shift. Customs seals intact, but bleached pale. You imagine pyramids of mothballed fidget spinners inside, or the world's saddest time capsule. Footsteps echo, but it's just a feral cat dragging a mackerel head down sheet metal alley. Its gait says, I've seen things, and this fish is adequate. You respect both declarations. Lean against a crate of Ukrainian sunflower oil, smuggled via 7 countries, relabeled twice. The Black Sea's loss is Lübeck's grocery surplus. Midnight deepens. The port's throat vibrates with distant engine growls. A crane swings its empty hook, forged steel tracing lazy figure eights in the dark. You count containers like a shepherd's tallying sheep. Vinyl chloride, espresso machines, lighters, carpets, doubt. Somewhere beneath your feet, Napoleonic cannonballs corrode in landfill strata. Archaeologists found 17 in 8 arranged in a perfect triangle. Conspiracy theorists claim occult significance Realists blame a long-dead forklift driver's bad day. Pour one out for workplace malaise. The harbor's heartbeat thrums through your soul's diesel, tide, and aching steel. A seagull lands on the fragile crate, stares into your soul with zero mercy. You concede it's her dock now. Dawn's first blush licks the eastern cranes, golden tongues promising shift changes and receipts. Your thermos exhales the last ghost of ginger bitter, and sweet as corporate loyalty, that tattered windsock flaps a surrender flag to no one. Turn away, the cargo of shadows prefers its secrets half revealed. Brass needles quiver in their glass cage, trembling toward magnetic north, like iron filings at a sermon. You adjust your grip on the railing, cold metal harmonizing with the lunar pull beneath your ribs. 17 seconds. That's how long it takes your breath to match the inlet's slurred rhythm. Tide charts claim science rules here, but every harbor pilot knows the moon's a jealous coxswain. The compass housing feels fever warm. Centuries of sailors swore polish made it more accurate. 19th century navigators scrubbed theirs with rum, believing alcohol sharpened the needle's wits. Modern replacements glitch near power lines. The old brass beast here just sways, patient as a metronome. A gull lands on the binnacle, its claws scratching the tarnished plate. You shoo it off, revealing the maker's mark. Hamburg, 1823. Historians still argue whether Lübeck's pilots pirated that design during a tariff feud with their rivals. Follow the rivet trails, every dent's a breadcrumb through mercantile grudges. Your coffee steams beside the wheel, its smell tangles with brine and diesel. The recipes half Folgers, half sleep deprivation. One of your predecessors allegedly navigated the Trave's Narrows, blindfolded in 1904, relying solely on compass bearings and a smuggler's whiskey stash. The brass plate commemorating his stunt vanished during a 93 office renovation. Progress loves erasing its best legends. Check the clinometer, 9 degrees starboard tilt. Gravity's a nitpick tonight, that glint on the western horizon. Not a star, the Stralsund ferry's port light, 5 nautical miles off. 1960s radar systems misread that stretch as phantom landmasses. Engineers blamed Baltic salinity gradients. Old-timers still mutter about ghost fjords. A wave slaps the hull. Its echo vibrates through your molars. 16th century pilots timed such impacts to gauge seabed depth. Precision, dubious. Theater, impeccable. The harbor authority installed sonar in 07. You still catch veterans tapping the hull with hammers, listening for the North Sea's whisper. Your gloved finger traces the throttle, frost feathers its edges. Maritime law requires 3 working compasses aboard. This ship carries 4. The spares wedged under a soggy almanac in the chart room, last opened during the Carter administration. Every captain has a favorite child. A shipping container drifts past, green and anonymous as army surplus. its tracking numbers bleached out. You squint. Is that a Cyrillic B or a corrosion scar? Cold War ghost or modern oversight? The Baltic hoards its riddles. The VHF radio crackles. A Danish accent reports engine trouble near Fehmarn. You rotate the compass cover. It's etched roses align with a childhood memory. Age 7, holding your grandfather's pocket compass as he described Lübeck's star paths. The needle quivered then too, restless as minnows. Adjust the bearing, 3 degrees west-northwest. Textbook correction. Textbooks, a generous term. The 1936 Baltic Pilot Manual recommended avoiding all suspiciously shaped rocks. Early editions classified mermaids as semi-reliable navigational hazards. Progress marches on, dragging bureaucracy behind it. Wind funnels through the wheelhouse, a low D-sharp whistle. Barometric pressures dropping. Your right iris throbs, old injury or instinct. Doesn't matter. Flip the breaker for the foghorn. Let the drowsy freighters tremble. Moonlight glazes the helm, the compass needle flinches. You lock the wheel, step onto the wing bridge. Below, the bow wake unravels, a frayed seam between sea and sky. 8 bells echo from a trawler, crew trading shifts over card games and kippers. The pilot's creed loops in your skull. Steer the metal, read the water, distrust the calm. That bronze plaque in the Harbor Museum, the one claiming Viking pilots used lodestones lashed to driftwood. Scholars confirmed it last year. Carbon dating matched it to the 980s. The display still calls it a ritual object. Academia's allergic to fun. Your thermos exhales, cocoa this time, laced with cinnamon stolen from the galley. A seagull eyes your cup. You glare. It retreats, squawking insults in avian. The compass hums behind you, steady now, almost smug. Check the GPS, 300 meters from the turning basin. The screen flickers. You tap it. A dead pixel blooms like mold. Modern navigation. 90% satellites, 10% superstition. Toss a sugar packet at the compass. It stays true. Cold bites your knuckles, the kind that bypasses gloves entirely. Some wag carved hell is low tide into the teak rail here. Lichens reclaiming the letters, nature's passive-aggressive editor. The radio sputters again, a weather update. Snow imminent. 3 tankers idle near the breakwater, their radar domes spinning like disco balls. One flies a Liberian flag, or maybe Panamanian. The difference? Tax brackets. The compass doesn't care. It bows to forces older than flags. Dawns a rumor on the eastern horizon pale as a ship's wake. You click off the mast light. The needle wavers, then steadies, cradled in greased bearings and old lies. Another gust howls through, tugboat horns answer, basso profundo to the wind's soprano. 16 fathoms beneath you, a shipwreck's ribs gather silt. 17 degrees Celsius at the South Docks. 23 heartbeats per inhale. Numbers tumble, unspool, sink. The compass tolerates your arithmetic. it spins deeper truths. Your last turn approaches, the wheel fights briefly, then yields. Metal groans, water churns. Somewhere ashore, a cargo handler drops a teacup, its shatter too faint to hear. Navigational poetry. You file it under unreported hazards in your mental log. 2 harbor seals surface, astern their whiskers silvered by running lights. Pilots once considered them lucky. You do too, though you'd never admit it at union meetings. The compass needle trembles, a shiver of agreement. A bell buoy clangs a quarter-mile off your port side, its tones flattened by rust. Teenagers poured molten lead into the clapper in '78, an initiation prank. Harbor patrol caught them. The buoy still sounds like a drunk with a tambourine. The dock's silhouette emerges, cranes crouched like arthritic giants. You ease back the throttle. Ropes fly. Winches whine. The compass relaxes, its duty discharged. North remains where it's always been. The moon smirks behind thinning clouds. Your replacement waves from the quay, his flashlight etching shaky spirals in the fog. You nod. He'll learn, or he won't. The tides outlive all apprentices. Key off the engine. Let silence flood in, thick as bunker fuel, sweet as absolution. The gangway creaks beneath your boots, each step a falling cord. Behind you, the compass needle twitches, as if mourning the warmth of your palm. Rigging wires hum overhead, their metallic songs weave through the Baltic breeze. You tilt your head, the sound's a broken cello, if cellos smoked 2 packs a day. Lübeck's docks once bristled with Hanseatic cogs, those stubby medieval ships hauled amber and wool across stormy trade routes. Now container cranes dominate, steel insects frozen mid-bite. A rat scuttles past your boot, its shadow stretched long by docklights. 17th century sailors believed rodents fled doomed ships. Modern ones just beg for cheeseburgers. You toss a pebble, it skips twice before vanishing into the oil-slicked water. Distant foghorns moan, each blast feels like a bass note, vibrating your molars. Experts think the port's first horn was a repurposed Viking war trumpet. No one's dared carbon date it, too scared to ruin a good story. Your gloved hand brushes a mooring line, tar seeps into the hemp, sticky as regret. Sailors once swore tarred ropes confused sea witches. Today, just blisters and maintenance logs. 3 nets hang from a derelict trawler, their holes stitched shut with zip ties and optimism. You count 7 jellyfish glowing beneath the surface, pulsing like faulty neon. Marine biologists would geek out. You settle for a 10-second stare. Their ghost light sears your retinas anyway. A rope ladder sways nearby. Its rungs creak like an old man's knees. 1885 dockworkers strike left it here, claims the brass plaque at the Maritime Museum. Historians still argue whether it's the actual ladder or a sentimental replica. You fake a sneeze. The sound echoes off container stacks. No one answers. Frost feathers the winch controls. You scribble your initials with a fingernail. The W looks drunk. In 1984, a crewman etched his girlfriend's name here. They broke up 3 weeks later. The Marion survives faint, but legible. Heartbreak outlasts machinery. Wind tugs your collar. Its breath smells of diesel and December. 10 paces left. A puddle reflects the moon. You step in it, ice fractures like a spider web. Some kids gonna eat pavement here tomorrow. Serve them right for not watching their step. The trawler's bell clangs once, twice, throttled by corrosion. Rigging, wires harmonize. Foghorns burp another lethargic chorus. Your flashlight beam catches a barnacle-crusted buoy. Its chipped paint reveals layers. East German orange under Nazi gray, under imperial yellow. Archaeology for the impatient. You lean against a bollard. Its chill seeps through your parka. This one's nicknamed Old Toothy for the bite marks flecking its iron. Doc lore claims a Greenland shark took a nibble in 1911. More likely, a bored stevedore with a pickaxe. A fish carcass floats belly up. Its scales glint like tarnished coins. You nudge it with your boot. 4 gulls materialize, squabbling over the prize. Their shrieks shred the night avian opera at its messiest. You retreat, crunching over pebbled asphalt. Somewhere, a chain drags, scree-scraw against concrete. Your pulse spikes. Turns out to be a loose anchor line, slithering toward the water. You kick a wedge under it. The noise stops. Crisis averted. Resume your lazy patrol. Moonlight stripes the quay, zebra shadows from gantry cranes. The air tastes metallic. 14 minutes until shift change. You hum an ABBA riff. The wires hum back. Sweden's revenge for all that Hanseatic league drama. A drop hits your neck, you flinch. Just condensation from a frayed hawser. Wipe it off, muttering curses. The harbor snickers, waves lapping the pilings. Historians still argue whether Lübeck's medieval docks used whale oil lanterns or tallow. Follow the smell, rancid fat never fully fades. Your radio crackles, a staticky joke about Norwegian salmon quotas. You chuckle despite yourself. The rigging's hum dips lower, D-sharp, sliding into C. A tanker's engine thrums half a mile out, subsonic, felt more than heard. Your boothiel grinds a cigarette butt into the asphalt. 76 years back, this spot birthed Lübeck's shortest-lived nightclub, the Salty Mermaid, shut down in 3 weeks. Turns out drunk sailors and strobe lights don't mix. A bead of sweat traces your spine, betrayed by thermal layers. You unzip your coat, defiance against the cold. The wind retaliates, stealing your breath. Touché, Baltic. Footsteps echo, but it's just your own, bouncing off container walls. Synchronicity feels eerie at 3 a.m. You pause, the harbor pauses too. Even foghorns hold their breath. 42 seconds pass. A fish jumps. The night exhales. You walk on, past ropes gone stiff with frost, fossils of tomorrow's thaw. Your flashlight dies. Bulb or battery. Doesn't matter. Mast lights blur in the mist. Dusseldorf freighter, Rotterdam tug. A Putin-era trawler with peeling Cyrillic. The rigging wires quiet. Foghorns lapse into coma. Dawns a hypothesis now, pale scribbles on the eastern horizon. Uyantwo octaves lower than usual. Shifts end nears. Each second drags anchor. 300 steps to the locker room. You count them aloud, a mantra for the footsore. At 2:99, the harbor pilot's office winks its porch light once, twice. Home, your boots crunch over gravel as you angle toward the starboard rail. Above, the Big Dipper spills its contents, eternally pouring into the Baltic's ink-black bowl. Polaris winks through diesel haze, that stubborn old lighthouse refusing retirement. 10th century navigators steered by its fixed glare, Viking longships cutting through fjords while you binge Netflix and forget your keys. You trace Cassiopeia's jagged throne, 5 points sharp as rigging hooks. Ancient Greeks saw a vain queen there. Hanseatic sailors called it the alehouse bench, proof every culture views the sky through beer goggles. A satellite zips through Orion's belt, modern trespasser in an old quarrel. You flip it off. Nobody owns the stars, not Elon, not NASA, not even that kid with the telescope in Bremen. The plow tilts, its handle dipping toward the eastern horizon. Your grandfather swore that alignment meant storms within 3 days. He died in a hurricane off Gotland. Coincidence or cosmic snub? The stars aren't telling. A shooting star guts the darkness, blue-white streak with delusions of grandeur. You mutter a wish before realizing it's space junk burning up. Too late, now you're cosmically obligated to hope for that discounted espresso machine. Waves chuckle below. Ursa Minor's tail bends like a question mark. Historians still argue whether Phoenician traders invented constellation maps or stole them from drunken fishermen, truths buried under 2 millennia of salt crust. You squint, is that Andromeda, or just a smudge on your glasses? Both, probably. You crouch, the rail's frost numbs your palms. 18th century navigators used lunar distances to calculate longitude, complex math solved with sextants and sheer spite. Your phone's GPS pings. Progress tastes like laziness and satellite interference. The Milky Way smear reminds you of diesel spills on wet asphalt. Less romantic, more carcinogenic. A bat flits past, wingbeats stitching constellations together. Medieval bestiaries claimed bats navigated via star-patterned echolocation. Actual scientists roll their eyes. Yet here you are, watching a mammal outmaneuver Boeing's finest tech. You count 7 meteors in 20 minutes, 3 real, 4 jets from Hamburg Airport. Reality's getting lax with definitions. The pilot's handbook mentions celestial navigation. Doesn't warn about mistaking Spirit Airlines for Sirius. The North Star dims, city lights leeching its brilliance. Lübeck's ancestors saw gods and monsters up here. You see light pollution and a vague longing for better hobbies. Wind rifles your pockets, finds only lint and 10 euros. A constellation shimmers, Cepheus, The king who sacrificed his daughter to see monsters. Parenting goals. His jagged crown glints, 5 stars held together by royal delusion. You prefer the Dutch name, the wobbly stepladder. Accuracy trumps grandeur every time. Your breath fogs the sky brief mimicry of the Andromeda galaxy. A 1572 supernova here burned brighter than Venus, shocked Tycho Brahe into becoming an astronomer instead of a lawyer. Humanity's majors weep into their lattes. The cosmos thrums. UV Ceti, a variable star, flicks like a faulty bulb. You note its pulse, 3 quick, 1 long. Either a dying sun or Morse code for buy more duct tape. Saturn gleams, ochre fleck, in the sea goat's domain. You can't see its rings without a telescope. Doesn't stop you from squinting. 17th century astronomers thought those rings were handles, proof God wanted his planets portable. A cloud smothers Cassiopeia. You glare meteorology's fault, not yours. The Hanseatic League's star charts labeled cloud types as angry, drunk, and sneaky. Modern science added cumulonimbus, but lost the poetry. The mast's red light bleeds into Cygnus, swan now vine-ripe tomato. You blink, the illusion holds. Acid reflux or divine prank. Either way, it's bedtime's problem. The horizon pales, not dawn, just a cruise ship's glare polluting the lower sky. You shield your eyes. Goethe wrote star poems on this coast. He'd tear up his quill if he saw that floating mall. Your neck kinks from staring upward. 3 vertebrae crack, a constellation of discomfort named middle-aged regret. Ursa Major wheelbarrows another star cluster westward. You hawk a loogie over the rail. It arcs toward Polaris, gravity's unsung heroics. Planes, satellites, space junk, all scribbling over the celestial parchment. Archaeologists will have a blast untangling this mess in 3,000 years. You check your watch, glow-in-the-dark hands, point to existential dread o'clock. A star vanishes, winked out like a snuffed candle. Probably atmospheric interference. Unless Betelgeuse finally exploded. You'll check Twitter tomorrow. If the apocalypse drops, you want memes ready. The moon bruises the horizon, street lamp orange. Its craters smear into a sneering face. You made the same expression at your nephew's recorder concert. Tide tugs the harbor, lunar puppet strings yanking every wavelet. You stretch your shadow, eats 3 feet of deck. Starvation metaphors write themselves. The great square of Pegasus hangs askew, celestial frame, missing its painting. Art thieves win again. A formula burns through your drowsiness. Stardust in our bones, hydrogen in our lungs. Carl Sagan's shtick, sure, but tonight it lands heavy. Salt wind stings your eyes. Damn particulate matter. The harbor master's flashlight bobs toward you, disco ball of authority. You straighten, suddenly engrossed in stellar cartography. His beam tattoos the deck between you. Shift ended 20 minutes ago. You nod at the sky, just calibrating. He snorts, a sound perfected by decades of bullshit detection. Calibrate faster. Stars ain't paying overtime. But as you trudge shoreward, the Vela supernova remnant glows a little brighter, sly conspirator in your wasted time. Codexed constellations blur. Dawn's hypothesis solidifies into a theory. The cobblestones slope upward, their mossy teeth testing your worn soles. Lübeck's night damp clings like a debtor's handshake. To your left, the Wayhouse clock grinds out another hour, each tick a copper krona dropped into history's vault. You inhale stale brine and thyme, the harbor's signature cologne. Since German traders built their first salt shack here 8 centuries back, mist weaves through cogs of a rusted crane, its silhouette a broken windmill. Somewhere beyond the fog, reconstructed Hanseatic carracks bob at anchor, swayed by the same tides that carried amber, herring, and lies across medieval Europe. Their modern sails hang slack, museum piece lungs, awaiting extinct winds. You kick a pebble, it skitters into the throat of an alley. 12 generations back, your ancestor probably hauled Baltic timber here. You'd thank him for the bad knees. A tourist plaque glows, moonlit rectangle bragging about 15th century herring taxes. Lübeck was the Hanseatic League's piggy bank, stuffed with tariffs from Novgorod to Bruges. 2/3 of Europe's dried fish passed through these docks. Historians still argue whether the League collapsed from political greed or because pirates cursed their ledgers with squid ink. You side with the squid. Something creaks ahead, not wind, but wood. A reconstructed cog's hull groans, its oak ribs remembering when the Wismar shipyards birthed it. The tourist board swears these replicas are authentic. They don't mention the 80 metric tons of epoxy holding the planks together. You pause beneath the Halstentor's twin spires, their brick shoulders slumping after 600 years of bad weather. This gate once stored confiscated cinnamon from cocky Danish traders. Tonight, it stocks pigeon nests and teenagers' graffiti. A drop hits your neck, centuries-old rainwater or bird betrayal. Either way, your collar suffers. Your boot heel catches a groove worn smooth by 600 years of fishmongers dragging cartloads of cod. 1344's great herring glut surfaces in your mind. 3 straight years of unmatched catches that made Lübeck richer than God and twice as smug. The surplus rotted by 1347. God collects his debts. A cat darts past, striped blur with a stolen shrimp tail. Medieval dockmasters kept felines on municipal payrolls to fight grain rats. Records show one 15th century tabby named Hair Whiskers earned his weight in dried sprats annually. You're underpaid by comparison. You pass salt warehouses turned into cafes, their timber beams still sweating brine from the Reformation. The scent triggers a memory. Baltic traders used to lick walls during negotiations to verify salt purity. Modern health inspectors would stroke out. The wind shifts. You catch a baritone laugh from the rat house cellar. Hanseatic councils once plotted trade wars their over ale brewed with hemp. Modern bartenders still serve diplomats dusk. Now a pumpkin spice latte with extra existential dread. Your hand grazes a wall, crumbled mortar dusts your fingertips. Hidden beneath the bricks, nails from dismantled ships rust slowly. Shipbreaker crews recycled everything but ghosts. You wonder how much of this city is just Viking longboats in a brick trench coat. A fragment of blue and white pottery winks from the gutter, likely a broken Bartman jar that once held Rhine wine. Archaeologists found 19,000 shards under the Coburg Square. Medieval litter bugs were prolific. You pocket it, recycling via kleptomania. Moonlight bleeds through the Marienkirche's shattered bell tower. 1942 firebombs left its spines skeletal. Rubble from the air raid still paves back alleys. You step over a cobble of melted sandstone, war's Tootsie Roll, hardened and forgotten. 3 drunk students stumble past speaking Plattdeutsch, the same low German dialect that sealed deals from Bergen to Smolensk. Their slurred vowels carry echoes of Waterkant slang. The oldest swears are always the juiciest. You catch the word Durstpaddle, insulting someone's intelligence since the Black Death. The river hisses behind you, silt-heavy tongue licking stone quays. This water remembers every ship's keel, every smuggler's bribe, every sailor who kissed the shore and lied about coming back. 30% of Hanseatic crews were listed as missing, presumed drunk in port ledgers. Some habits transcend epochs. A shutter bangs, rhythm matching your pulse. You count 13 heartbeats before realizing it's the birthplace of Buddenbrooks. Thomas Mann's fictional merchant family crumbled here, victims of their own porcelain delicacy. Real Lübeck dynasties fell harder, bankrupted by Swedish cannon fire and bad tea investments. You pause where the old gallows stood. Wealthy merchants donated elaborate iron railings as civic penance, twisted metal bouquets still fencing the square. Executions drew crowds bigger than Christmas markets. Morality's theater, admission free. Your phone buzzes, Uber receipt for 3 beers you didn't order. Modern crime lacks panache. A plaque commemorates the 1226 Imperial Free City Decree, Lübeck's golden ticket to avoid princely taxes. Smartest move since Vikings invented the keel. You trace the embossed letters, 76 words of legalese that built an empire on salted fish and chutzpah. Underfoot, cobbles morph into wooden planks, the original dockside market from 1284. Rain-swollen timber grips your soles like a nervous host. One merchant's ledger noted selling 7 barrels of questionable mackerel here during the 1315 famine. Capitalism's roots stink of fish oil. You pass a boarded-up shop. Peeling sign declares HANSEATISCHE, NOSTALGIE in Gothic font. Merchandise visible through dust. Plastic Lübeck marzipan molds, magnetic cogs, t-shirts declaring I read Pfennigs. The taxman always wins. A breeze carries the tang of fermenting hops from abandoned breweries. Monks at St. Anne's once used malt to bribe harbor officials. Holy corruption with a foam mustache. Their recipe survives in a local ale called Pilgrim's Hangover. Tastes like repentance with citrus notes. Your jacket scrapes against a chalked mural modern art depicting merchants shaking hands over a flaming herring. The caption, "Free trade is the spice of death." Art students, still bitter about that Venetian rivalry lecture. Footfalls echo from the Bergstrasse, centuries of haggling, compressed into sound waves. You fancy you hear a 1418 auctioneer's rapid-fire, low German realities, just Fritz from Rostock hauling karaoke gear to his cousin's stag party. History's a tape loop with worse acoustics. Dawn's first knife slash bleeds through eastern clouds. Gulls begin their shift, screeching invoices for overtime. You turn toward the Hotel zur Alten Stadtmauer. Its sign squeaks like a disgruntled longshoreman. Inside, reception serves rye bread and disinterest. The key sticks, of course, but as the door groans shut behind you, the weighhouse clock chimes, each note a dead captain's pocket watch still keeping time. The hotel door's wine fades, replaced by wind scraping its knuckles across the harbor. Your lips taste the air, a crisp, kelp-edged tang older than Lübeck itself. Wavelets hiss against stone polishing pebbles into sleep-smooth glass. 800 years of Baltic breath have seasoned these docks, each exhalation laced with saline persistence. You crouch, fingertips grazing tide-worn granite. 14th century ships carried salt as ballast, Romanian mines to German smokehouses. One barge could haul 40 tons, enough to pickle 600,000 herring. Historians still argue whether salt taxes or spice routes built more of Lübeck's spires. You vote for brine corrosion leaves better stories. A shredded net clings to a rusted cleat, its fibers stiff with crystallized spray. Fishermen used to toss salt over their left shoulders, not for luck, but to blind gulls eyeing their catch. The gulls adapted. Now they dive for fries at the Imbiss stalls, evolution's bargain bin. Your boot crunches a mussel shell, iridescent shard gleaming like a pirate's clipped toenail. Local lore claims storm-tossed sailors inhaled powdered salt to cure nautical melancholia. The cure rate matched the suicide rate. Statistics don't lie. A sudden gust punches your ear, an invisible hand flicking your lobe. Salt stings your eyes. You blink away the burn vision, blurring into a Monet rendition of the docks. Blame the North Sea's aerosolized mood swings. Down the quay, a salt-crusted log rocks in the shallows. 5 centuries back, it might been part of a cog's hull, oak ribs packed between salt sacks. Waterproofing via saturation, the oldest life hack. You peel a splinter, tongue testing its weathered grain. It tastes like cured regret. Ice glazes a puddle, thin crust fracturing under your heel. Medieval salt merchants spread rumors of frost-resistant Baltic routes to spike prices. Gullible Hamburg traders bought the lie, and 3 sunken ships, moonlight fireflies across the water, each ripple a fleeting mercury streak. You count 13 waves before spotting the concrete bunker, half submerged offshore. Nazis stored U-boat salt rations there. Now it's a graffiti shrine to lost causes. Youth spray paint peace signs over swastikas, generational vandalism as therapy. A drowned beer can winks from the tide line, aluminum puckered like a spent shotgun shell. You kick it, the hollow clatter echoing off fishing sheds. 500 years ago, you'd have kicked a salt barrel. Progress wears sneakers. Your nostrils flare, decomposing seaweed and diesel. The mix triggers a memory. Great-grandpa shoveling rock salt into iceboxes at the fish market. He lost 2 fingertips to frostbite, flesh preserved better than mackerel. A sandpiper darts past, stabbing the mud for breakfast. Its ancestors feasted on fleas in sailors' beards. Modern hygiene robbed them of protein, the price of progress. Wind pirouettes, flipping your collar like a page in a ledger. 1863 ledger entries list atmospheric salt as a taxable import. Lübeck's bureaucrats could monetize oxygen if given half a chance. You lean against a bollard, its iron, pitted by storms and pigeon bile. Salt air eats everything but stories. The Timmendorf's captain once chained himself here during a gale, screaming psalms until the waves spared his cargo. The chain remains, rusted scripture fused to metal. 3 pebbles glide into your palm, agate siblings, polished by patient surf. You line them on the railing, miniature Stonehenge, honoring sunrises you'll never see. A tugboat's horn groans, sound waves flattening against mist. Pre-dawn workers haul nets on the opposite shore, silhouettes blurred into a single many-armed creature. 14-hour shifts were standard when herring ruled. Now they're gig economy marathons, capitalism with better PR. Your teeth grind gritty residue from airborne salt. Medieval wives believed swallowing sea spray prevented stillbirths. Half-truths float better than facts. Rain spits sideways, needles pricking your cheeks. Salt and fresh water feud on your skin, a tiny 30 years, war waged by precipitation. You surrender, ducking under a warehouse, awning still sweaty with yesterday's humidity. A child's mitten lies drowned in a puddle red wool bleeding dye. You fish it out, squeezing salt water onto the stones. Somewhere, a toddler's hand gets colder. Empathy's a double-edged compass. The horizon pales, milk spilled across a charcoal tablecloth. Gulls begin shift change chatter, screeching union grievances. You pocket the pebbles, granite souvenirs from night's edge. Wind flicks your earlobe again, insistent as a debt collector. The weighhouse clock chimes, a sound both anchor and sail. Salt crusts your lashes, blinking you into a reluctant new day. Leather boots scrape cobblestones, a metronome pacing the night's final hour. The watchman's lamp swings its golden arc, painting fleeting Rorschach blots on warehouse walls. You match his stride, 2 shadows fraying at the edges. Lübeck's night guards once carried thieves, lanterns, boxes with sliding panels to dim their light during patrols. Yours clicks off automatically, modernity's solution to medieval paranoia. His wool coat whispers, a woolen dialect older than the Hanseatic League. 5 buttons gleam oxidized silver pooling moonlight. One's missing. Historians still argue whether night watchmen doubled as spies for rival merchant guilds. Evidence hides in burnt ledger margins, but you've got blisters, not a PhD. The lamp's beam stutters across a graffiti-crusted wall. Someone's spray-painted a 16th century cog ship, complete with cartoonish rats fleeing sinking masts. Dark humor floats better than ballast. You snort your breath a ghost, rehearsing its exit. He pauses, toe-tapping a loose cobblestone. 3 quick knocks. Beneath the rock lies a rusted sardine tin stuffed with cigarette butts and a 1980s subway token. Shift worker's time capsule, or a very specific litterbug's trash. Wind musses his cap's red pom-pom, a cherry bobbing in the dark. Night watchmen used goose quills to record disturbances. Now he taps notes into a cracked smartphone. The updates auto-sync to City Hall. Progress cracks its knuckles. Nostalgia winces. Your elbow brushes a coil of wet rope, hemp fibers glistening like black licorice. 13 loops. Unlucky number. The watchman spits 3 times over his left shoulder. Superstitions, an old song, easy to hum by accident. He halts, head cocked, toward the Trave's murky slur against stone. 18th century guards faced fines if found drunk on Brantween during rounds. Their logs describe river voices, drowned sailors begging for tobacco. Science blames methane bubbles. You've heard weirder excuses after last call. A feral cat dissolves into shadows, its collar bell jingling defeat. Watchmen once kept lynxes to deter rats. The cats unionized, started napping in wool shipments. Lübeck switched to terriers. His boot toe prods a soggy ledger page. Ship manifests melted into pulp. Ink bleeds through the word PROVINS, surviving in Gothic script. The rest dissolves, history returning to alphabet soup. You pass the Zuckerspiker, its sugar-coated name belying salt-stained bricks. Warehousemen chewed raw cane to stay awake, molars rotting into black stumps. Modern guards suck nicotine gum. The sweet tooth ache remains. His lamp catches a shattered mermaid figurehead, her wooden breasts barnacled, one arm raised in eternal defiance. Shipwrights swore female carvings calmed storms. Sailors disagreed, but hey, art criticism's subjective. 16 steps up a fog-slick ladder. He inspects the tide gauge. Iron numbers rusted blue-green. Nails the height to a WhatsApp group. 300 years ago, they'd have used carrier pigeons. Delivery times similar. Your thumb finds a groove in the railing, worn smooth by generations of bored hands. Guards once carved their initials here. Now there's a sticker. Claudia plus Jen's forever. Love letters evolve commitment, stays scratch deep. A motorboat putters past, its wake slapping the quay. The watchman grumbles. No vessel over 5 knots permitted after 10 p.m. He squints, license plate blurred by river grime. Justice wears bifocals. He sneezes, a foghorn blast echoing off cranes. Apologizes in Plattdeutsch, the local dialect that turns storm into Stürmchen. Linguistic plush armor. You offer tissues. He declines, using a paisley handkerchief older than your parents' marriage. Stale bread floats in a puddle, a surrender flag from some child's lunch. Watchmen traditionally threw scraps to placate harbor ghosts. You crumble a corner, the water erupts with minnows. Even spirits prefer fresh carbs. His radio crackles, dispatch requesting a fog update. Thicker than pea soup with dumplings, he replies. Silence. Then, chuckling through static, humors the graveyard shift's last lifeboat. Dawn nibbles the horizon, gray teeth gnawing night's hem. The watchman yawns, a weary trombone slide. 20 more minutes till relief. He offers you peppermints from a tin dented by shrapnel. Grandpa's WWII souvenir holds breath mints. War's afterlife is absurdist comedy. You suck on sugar and gunmetal flavors as conflicting as the hour. His replacement arrives, a woman with neon pink hair stuffed under her cap. They nod, shift change transmitted in Morse code blinks. He limps toward sunrise, boots scuffing a path only retirees walk. You pocket the peppermint tin. It buzzes faintly, or maybe that's your sleep-deprived neurons misfiring. The watchman's lamp fades, one golden eye winking closed. Chains groan, a metallic yawn vibrating through your molars. The drawbridge shudders its iron vertebrae arching against star-pricked indigo. 17th century engineers built this beast to withstand sieges. Now it lifts for party boats named Schnapps Express. Progress smells like diesel and low tide. Your palms grip the rail, rough paint flakes sticking to skin. Lübeck's bridges once bore tax collectors' seals, every barrel of herring, every bolt of Flemish cloth tithed. Historians still argue whether drawbridges raised more often for defense or to squeeze merchants drier than Baltic cod. Rust particles, snow globe around you, the bridge's dandruff problem. Workers in 1673 waterproofed the mechanisms with rendered sheep fat. Tonight's breeze carries a faint agricultural reek, century-old lanolin singing backup to motor oil. Hydraulics hiss, the kind of noise that bypasses ears to vibrate your spleen. You count 11 seconds as the span rises, medieval engineering measured in modern seconds. Iron teeth mesh above dragons' jaws frozen mid-bite. Sailboats coast through their masts, saluting the bridgekeeper's booth. Someone's taped a child's crayon drawing to the control panel, a stick-figured bridge waving hello. Crews used to grease the gears with their own hair pomade. Modernity prefers lithium spray. You spot 3 blonde strands glinting in the machinery, holdover hippies or bad lubrication choices. The bridgekeeper emerges, a woman squinting through bifocals, fogged with flour. She tosses bread crusts to gulls while monitoring pressure gauges. Tradition claims bakers became bridge tenders, their dawn schedules matching tide charts. Her aprons dusted with powdered sugar, evidence of tonight's shift snack. Below, wake slaps against algae-furred pylons. 18th century lovers etched initials into these stones, swirls of H+G eaten by brine. You trace newer carvings, K-Pax rules, beside a UFO doodle. Romance spans eras, even when it's extraterrestrial. A fishing skiff putters past, its captain lobbing a puffin call toward the booth. The bridgekeeper responds with a duck whistle. Harbor folklore insists this exchange wards off kelpies. You're pretty sure they're flirting. Gears clank, a sound felt in your fillings. The bridge lowers its shadow, crawling over the water like a steel anaconda. In 1530, a drunken guard forgot to relock the mechanism, flooding the moat with 3 taverns worth of ale. City records blame divine intervention. Your boot scuffs a rivet loosened by centuries of boots. Workers once earned extra ale rations for tightening these, an early OSHA violation. The bridgekeeper kicks it back into place, her heels practiced precision, suggesting 8th generation know-how. Moonlight bleeds across the control panels, green dials glowing like witchlight. Modern sensors track every vibration, yet she still pats the main lever twice after each lift. Superstitions, the original operating system. A freighter's horn drones 2 short blasts, one long. You inhale diesel and dried kelp, the harbor's signature cologne. 16th century ships announced arrivals with cannon fire, until a misfired shot fragged the mayor's privy. Diplomacy improved overnight. The bridgekeeper offers you licorice from a tin shaped like a mermaid. It tastes like salted twine, good for the vocal cords. She croaks, voice scratchier than the gears. Her great-great-grandfather supposedly charmed Selkies with sea shanties. You hum a Taylor Swift chorus. Instead, evolution's a mixed bag. Wood creaks beneath your feet. Oak planks from a Viking longship's funeral pyre. Archaeologists found charred timbers during the 1995 renovations. City Council called it historical recycling. Taxpayers called it cheap bastards. Midnight scrubs the sky to warn denim. The bridge sighs, its chains settling into a new configuration of strain. Workers once believed bridges dreamt of being mountains. You picture it growing roots, rippling the Trave into whitewater. She adjusts a dial knob crusted with decades of grime and fingerprints. Bridge tenders used bloodletting charts to predict mechanical stress. Modern engineers replicate the data with AI poetic if you squint. A wave slaps the embankment, spray misting your neck. Storm surges in 1717 drowned 7 bridge wardens. Their ghosts allegedly play dice with anchor chains during fog. You count 11 links clinking. Statistics say coincidence. Your goosebumps disagree. Her radio crackles, a captain's Baltic accent, thick as tar. Raise us halfway, need to offload. She complies, the bridge freezing mid-yawn. Smugglers, in 1802, bribed tenders to pause at this angle, hiding contraband in the gear teeth. Tonight's crates hold IKEA furniture. Some rebellions fade to flat pack. Your thumb finds a groove worn into the control booth's wall, centuries of nervous picks. Initials overlap, JF1589, LM 2024. The human itch to say I was here outlasts empires. Dawn arrives pink as a drunk tourist's sunburn. The bridgekeeper lights a hand-rolled cigarette, tobacco tinged with clove. Her replacement arrives yawning, a man whose beard houses what might be a nesting sparrow. They exchange nods, no words needed when you speak bridge. Metal groans, the final descent shivering up your spine. The river spreads itself wide, a silver tongue ready to taste the day. You pocket a fallen rivet, warm from the machine's heartbeat. Histories made of spare parts and shrugs. The nets slump across the dock, knotted constellations, dripping seawater and starlight. You crouch, fingertips brushing hemp fibers swollen with midnight. 17th century fishermen wove sermons into these knots, each cross-stitch a prayer for full catches. Modern trawlers use sonar, but old habits cling like barnacles. 3 men huddle nearby, their voices a low rumble beneath wave slap. One's boots are caked in dried flounder blood. It flakes off as he gestures. They passed a flask hours ago. Now they're down to sharing cough drops. Fishermen's unions formed here in 1358, not for wages, but to banish mackerel hoarders. Some grudges outlive species. A breeze snags your collar, carrying the sweet-rot reek of bait barrels. 13 skiffs rock in the shadows, their hulls tattooed with dents and algae. Historians still debate whether night fishing began as practicality or desperation to avoid tax ships. Either way, it birthed a language of hissed signals and bootscuff codes. The tallest fisherman peels an orange, fingers carving spiral rind into the black water. Citrus was currency here once. Sailors traded Baltic amber for Mediterranean fruit. You count 7 sections, he eats 2, tosses 5 to gulls. For the ones who got away, he mutters. The birds don't argue. Someone's radio crackles, a weather report smothered in static. They ignore it. A glass jar sits between them, corked tight, housing a pickled frog. 19th century crews swore drowned amphibians predicted storms. You lean closer. The specimen's splayed toes point northeast. Modern meteorology rolls its eyes. A corkboard creaks nearby, pinned with tide charts, and a child's watercolor squid. Beneath it, a bucket of jellyfish glows faintly. Bioluminescent baits illegal now, but tourists tip extra for ghost nets. You watch a tendril pulse, nature's glow-stick outshining harbor, LEDs. The youngest fisherman unwinds a scarf. Its pattern mirrors the Trave's currents. His great uncle knitted it while marooned on a lighthouse rock. Needlework kept him sane and warm after the whiskey ran out. You spot a rusted hook woven into the fringe, lucky charm, or suicide prevention. Wood groans. A skiff protests its anchor. They rise as one muscle memory overriding exhaustion. No words exchanged, just 3 lanterns flickering toward the boats. You follow, boots skidding on scales and seaweed confetti. Moonlight spills into the oldest trawler's hold, revealing stacked crates and a ukulele missing 2 strings. They've painted over the ship's original name. Sea Sow peeks through cheap blue paint. In 1921, a captain renamed his vessel after his mistress, then forgot which port she lived in. The maritime court was not amused. One man tests the nets, calloused hands reading braids like braille. He pauses at a repaired section, nods approval at the stitches. Repairmen once left signature knots, their version of I was here. You spy frayed threads, spelling HK 1987. Pensioners still gossip about Hannelor's legendary mending speed. The skiff's engine sputters, a sound like tuberculosis. They coax it alive, fists hammering the casing in Morse code. Flintlock pistols were buried in ship timbers for luck, until gunpowder accidents made saints out of skeptics. You note the fire extinguisher duct taped to the mast. Progress, kinda. Water licks the hull, each wave a metronome. They cast off, ropes uncoiling like startled snakes. No farewells, just a tossed cough drop arcing toward the dock. You catch it, menthol sharpness cutting through fish gut haze. Nets slither overboard, weighted chains gulping them down. You imagine silver bodies twisting below, herring galaxies, avoiding the plunge. Medieval fishermen dumped church-blessed bread to lure fish, until seagulls ruined both piety and profit. Tonight's bait's less poetic, chopped squid from a gas station freezer. The jarred frog bobs, its preserved face pressed against glass. 3 heads tilt, studying those webless toes. The radio abruptly dies. Someone swears, then all 3 laugh, sudden and loud. Superstition's the spice of those who dance with drowning. You pocket the cough drop, a sour moon in your palm. The youngest fisherman strums the ukulele, off-key notes dissolving into gull cries. Their silhouettes now, darkness etching their outlines into the horizon's jaw. Nets will rise full or empty, either way. The sea keeps its receipts. Wind climbs your sleeves, a fresh chill sharpened by distant ice flows. You turn toward shore, stepping over a gut pile, glittering with scales. The dock's empty, except for that pickled frog, still pointing northeast. Maybe download a weather app tomorrow. Or not. Your boots crunch over tidal debris, a mosaic of shell shards and crab claws. Barnacles crust the pilings, armored clusters that hiss at low tide. Medieval sailors called them ship walnuts, until dental records proved their teeth were sharper. You kneel, palms sinking into silty sand that squirms with unseen life. Something glints below a rockweed veil, cerulean edges worn velvet soft. A pottery fragment, its cobalt glaze whispering of Dutch trading ships. Lübeck's harbor once swallowed 16 tons of Delftware annually, the China fever of 1693. Archaeologists get misty-eyed over these shards. Yacht crews just curse when they snag nets. The piece fits snug in your palm, a puzzle missing its plate. Historians still argue whether these blues came from Amsterdam kilns or Lübeck's own counterfeit workshops. You rub the glaze, centuries of tides have erased any fingerprints. 3 barnacles cling stubbornly, tiny hitchhickers whistling your pocket's warmth. A dredge pipe belches nearby, spewing black muck that reeks of anaerobic spite. Something clinks in the sludge, a tarnished spoon handle embossed with an anchor. 1800s gallyware often bore ship insignias, though this one's too corroded to betray its vessel. You leave it, let the mud keep its cutlery ghosts. Moonlight catches a curve of green glass, warped by salt and time. 19th century apothecaries dumped failed elixirs here, tonics for gout, loneliness, excessive hat decorum. This bottle's neck still wears its cork, swollen shut like a chastity belt. You shake it, something rattles, could be pebbles, or the world's most pessimistic message. Wind rifles through a beached lobster trap, its slats bleached bone white. Inside, a single scallop shell, cradling rainwater like sacramental wine. Fishwives once paid priests with shell coins during Lent, until the church demanded actual currency. A hermit crab evicts itself, storming off in its mobile home. Your shadow stretches seaward, a black stain on mercury-lit waves. 18th century smugglers buried cognac here, stashing casks beneath a cairn shaped like a herring. Modern dog walkers keep unearthing bottles, but the brandy's turned to battery acid. Tonight's sand yields kinder loot, a button embossed with a 3-masted schooner. Sirens moan in the distance, a container ship testing its foghorn. The sound unearths a memory, your grandmother's stories of amber divers, freezing men plunging for Baltic gold, with nothing but lung capacity and hubris. You stuff the button in your coat, its brass loop snags on a loose thread. Near the tide line, a cobbler's last rusts ankle deep in silt. Shoemakers anchored these molds to prevent theft, which explains the barnacle bouquet. Someone's etched M.H. 1847 into the iron, the H blurred by oxidation. Marina gossip claims Matthias Hallmann's ghost still looks for his left boot. Kelp whips your shins, slimy banners retreating with the waves. You spot a coin wedged in a mussel bed, green as jealousy. Rubbing reveals Ludwig II's profile, or maybe mold. Bavarian coins rarely washed up here, unless you believe the escaped swan theory of 1889. Rain sprinkles the harbor, needle pricks that vanish on contact. 17 droplets fleck your sea glass shard before you tuck it away. The pockets of your jeans sag, weighted with salt and stories. A nearby gull eyes your bounty, or maybe just wants that cough drop. Footsteps approach the watchman's terrier, snuffles your treasure. It sneezes on the pottery fragment, an archaeologist's worst allergen. The dog wags, its collar jingles with St. Christopher medals. Harbor mutts once wore codskin coats until PETA pamphlets sank the trend. You toss the menthol lozenge. It sails into a wave's open mouth. The terrier gives chase, paws slapping wet sand like applause. 3 foghorns harmonize as you retreat, your pockets clinking like a pirate's piggy bank. The barnacles on your shard murmur agreement, or maybe it's just digestion. Lübeck's skyline peeks through mist, spires softened by centuries of sea breeze. Your fist closes around the Delftware piece, blue veins pulsing against skin. Tomorrow it'll decorate a windowsill. Tonight, it's a compass pointing nowhere and everywhere. Sand grinds between your teeth, the harbor's final benediction. The Delftware shard warms in your clenched fist, its edges worn to oceanic silk. Ahead, a container ship glides, a steel leviathan breaching the harbor's black skin. Bow waves peel back, liquid curtains revealing the Baltic's private stage. You count 7 seconds. The water stitches itself whole again. Propeller wash churns below, a growl felt in molars, not eardrums. 19th century captains called this the devil's whisper, subsonic rumbles, unsettling cattle shipments. Modern acousticians blame cavitation, but you swear the harbor's floor still groans. Lübeck's shipbuilders once favored oak from Königsberg, ship ribs cured in brine and hubris. Historians still argue whether their famed crowwheels leaked less, or crews just bylaid faster. Tonight's vessel carries no such romance, stacked containers like Lego bricks spat from Rotterdam. A spotlight stabs the docks, illuminating rat guards on mooring lines. Workers once greased these poles with lard, until a tipsy cook mistook them for baguettes. The harbor master's logs omit that detail, preferring tailies of Hanseatic glory. Your boots sink into the tide's retreat, each step a sucking kiss. 8 fathoms south, a 15th century cog rots, its hull stuffed with Portuguese peppercorns. Archaeologists reconstructed its voyage using rat bones, turns out stowaway's preferred nutmeg. You mentally add rodent GPS to your list of modern proposals. Moonlight licks the ship's anchor chain, a silvered serpent coiled in its lair. Harbor legend claims every 7th link contains a riveter's fingerprint. Yours glows under ultraviolet pens. The current captain probably prefers RFID chips. Cargo cranes hunch overhead, their shadows dicing you into noir film strips. In 1912, dockhands staged strikes here, hiding manifesto flakes in codfish gills. Tonight's Union men sip thermos coffee, eyeing the ship's draft markings. 12 meters, one grunts, smearing his sleeve across the painted numbers. Baltic tides rise faster these days. Dredgers scrape bottom twice as hard. You wonder if Poseidon charges overtime. The ship exhales stale air, holds smells of Malaysian rubber and Chilean copper. Last month, customs found Ghanaian cocoa beans sprouting in a vent fan, green shoots curling toward Finland. Life, it seems, hitchhikes better than humans. Radar spins atop the bridge, a mechanical dervish tracking phantom echoes. Mariners once navigated by Lübeck steeples, until fog turned spires into siren calls. Your grandmother swore the Marienkirche's bells rang backwards during war, a secret Morse code. Bunker fuel stench coats your tongue, sulfur and regret. Petrochemical rainbows swirl around the stern, a toxic mimic of northern lights. You recall Jugendstil artists bottling harbor hues, 1903, star black sold out in Weimar. A winch shrieks, unreeling cable as thick as a bull's neck. 30 men once strained at these ropes. Now hydraulics whine through the work. Progress, some say, smells like warmed gear oil. The pilot's voice drapes from the bridge wing, Dutch vowels tangled with static. His great-great-uncle possibly steered sail barges here, provided the family tailies aren't embellished like herringbone upholstery. Container codes blink in your periphery. CYRU 779,431. MSCU 458,292. Modern-day cargo cults pray to these alphanumeric gods, or so claims a Berlin performance artist. You squint. Is that a 7 or a slashed Z? The sea shrugs. Bells clang, gangways retract with metallic finality. In 1804, a dockworker's wig caught in these mechanisms, leading to Lübeck's first hair-up safety mandate. Tonight's crew wears hard hats. The one sports a mullet that make a 1987 glam metal singer weep. The ship creeps forward, bulbous, bow-nudging night itself. You pocket the Delftware shard. Its blue glaze mirrors the vessel's stern light. Water churns where hull meets harbor, liquid obsidian, shattering into fractal foam. Silence follows, though your bones still hum. 5 heartbeats pass before waves dare to lap again. The Baltic licks its wound, salt stitching dark to darker. Somewhere, a trawler's radio plays Schlager folk, accordions drowned beneath propellers. Your footprints fade behind, swallowed by the tide's gray tongue. The container ship shrinks, a lit matchhead dragged across horizon's edge. 13 minutes later, you're almost certain the sea healed. Almost. The last container light winks out, leaving the docks in gull-less silence. Feathers usually pierce this hour, sharp cries, wing beats snapping like pennants. Not tonight. Even the boldest scavengers huddle somewhere, perhaps gossiping in a fish market alley. You scan the empty cranes, their hooks dangling like unanswered questions. 17th century Lübeckers taxed ships for gull cleanup. 3 silver pfennigs per avian defilement. Records show captains smuggled in cats. Instead, furry bouncers with claws unsheathed. Tonight's stillness feels like tax evasion. Alone down feather drifts, caught in a moonlit updraft, scientists once glued trackers to herring gulls, found them partying on landfill rooftops. The research paper's title, trash thrushes, uninvited guests of the Anthropocene. You imagine them now, synchronized diving into dumpsters, beaks dripping with expired remoulade. The horizon holds its breath, no silhouettes except your own. During WWII, carrier pigeons nested in these warehouses, their coos masking resistance, radio static. Some say their descendants still peck at old codebooks, deciphering grain prices and Luftwaffe routes. Bait crates sit untouched, anchovy oil perfuming the mist. Historians still argue whether medieval gulls recognized Hanseatic crests, or just the smell of rotting cod livers. You press a palm to weathered planks, wood grain whispering of fish scales and forgotten auctions. Your shadow stretches seaward, a bridge to nowhere. In 1908, a drunk philosopher declared gulls the true proletariat of the skies. He tried unionizing them with breadcrumb strikes. Local newspapers buried the story alongside ads for yeast-enriched schnapps. Breakers curl like cat tongues against the mole. Marine chronometers tick beneath your ribs, each wave subtracting minutes from dawn. You blink salt from your lashes, and the docks rearrange themselves. Empty bollards become chess pieces, frayed ropes transmute to violin strings. A thermal gust carries whispers from the trawler yard's tar, diesel, ambition. 18th century nets hung here once, dripping with enough herring to bankrupt a king. Now synthetic fibers gleam slippery with genetically modified algae bloom. You pocket the feather, its veins softer than a banker's conscience. Urban myth claims night gulls guard sunken treasure, but only if you trade your shoelaces. Your boots stay firmly tied. Some legends taste better with coffee. Clouds smother the last stars, a down comforter thrown over the Baltic. Your grandmother's voice surfaces. Seabirds vanish when angels shift cargo. You used to imagine seraphim stacking storm clouds, feathers ruffled, halos askew. Now you know better or pretend to. Pressure drops, your ears pop with the weight of unshed rain. Weather vanes spin lazy circles, indecisive as a debutante choosing suitors. The mullet-sporting dockworker appears, tosses a pebble that arcs, plinks, sinks. His laugh echoes off container walls, a sound too alive for this hour. 12 fathoms below, shipwrecked timbers cradle a brigantine's bell. Municipals melted its brethren for artillery, but this one escaped. It rings only during spring tides, or so insists the harbor master's niece. You press your ear to cold concrete, hearing nothing but your own pulse. Dawn loiters beyond the Baltic's edge, a stagehand reluctant to lift the curtain. You count the missing gulls by habit, reaching 19 before the fog reclaims arithmetic. Harbor protocol suggests sleep. The sky yawns indigo, smudged with the fingerprints of a departed crew. Windows blush amber, honeyed light licks cobblestones worn smooth by centuries of stumbling boots. Laughter leaks through a keyhole-shaped door, a drunken accordion wheezing through a sea shanty's corpse. You catch the chorus. Oh, my ale is a red-haired maid, before it drowns in a tidal wave of clinking steins. 3 steps down, the ceiling droops like a drunkard's eyelid. Warmth hugs your cheeks, a woolen scarf knitted from hearth smoke and yeast. In 1379, Lübeck's council banned tavern brawls, unless provoked by excessively salted herring. The laws still etched above the bar, right beside a platter of suspiciously briny pickles. A barmaid slides a foaming tankard your way, its surface reflecting 13 candle flames. Local lore claims each bubble holds a sailor's soul, but you're pretty sure that's just the hops talking. The first sip coats your tongue, malty sweetness cut by a pine needle bite. Burghers once paid taxes in beer here, 20 kegs for a month's harbor dues. Tonight, your coin buys silence in liquid form. The accordionist launches into the mermaid's third husband, a tune band in 6 Baltic ports. Regulars pound the tabletops, splashing puddles that reek of juniper and poor life choices. Historians still argue whether Hanseatic merchants invented the shot glass or just perfected how to lose one in a brawl. Your bench vibrates as a dockhand collapses beside you, his sleeves crusted with salt and self-pity. He mumbles about mermaids in the shipyard, their scales glittering under welding torches. You nod, knowing better than to question a man who smells of diesel and delusion. A chandelier sways, its iron arms cradling stumps of candles. During the 30 Years' War, soldiers melted similar fixtures for bullets, only to recast them into tankards mid-siege. The owner winks, tapping a keg stamped 1626. You decline. Some vintages come with too much baggage. Laughter erupts near the fire, a fisherman's cheeks flushed burgundy. He's retelling the tale of Klaus Störtebeker, the pirate whose headless body supposedly rode past 11 ships. Never mind that the execution happened in Hamburg. Details dissolve here faster than sugar in grog. The barmaid returns with a bread bowl of stew, its surface shimmering with eel fat. You spoon through onions, carrots, gilt. In the 1600s, this inn stored smuggled saffron in sausage casings, spice merchants dodging the king's nose. The recipe's air gloats in every greasy slurp. Rain fingerprints the window panes, streaking lamplight into liquid gold. A drunk whispers that the floorboards hide a Viking rune stone, carved with a curse against sobriety. You shuffle your feet, half expecting ancient Ogham to bite your ankles. Midnight clangs from St. Mary's, its bronze tongue thicker with each strike. The accordion gasps its last note. Oak barrels hum lullabies as patrons slump over their armada of empty glasses. You pocket a cork scarred with teeth marks, a tactile receipt for the night. The door creaks shut behind you, sealing the madness in a honeycomb of shadows. Dawn's fingernails scrape the eastern sky pale and tentative as a reformed drunk. Cobblestones gleam, washed clean of tonight's sins. Somewhere inside, a tankard topples its final splash, echoing through the bones of dead merchants. Your breath fogs the air, But the alehouse glow lingers, a lantern never truly snuffed. Frost paints the quay with jagged lace. Each breath crystallizes into fleeting ghosts. Your coat collar hunches higher, scratchy wool defending against the Baltic's bite. Dawn hasn't broken so much as cracked, a pale fissure bleeding weak light across the docks. You stamp numb feet, boot soles sliding on rime-slicked planks. In 1684, the Trave froze so thick merchants held a frost fair on its back, selling wool socks and mulled wine to shivering sailors. Tonight's chill feels personal, like the river itself is exhaling December through your ribs. A seal's bark ricochets off warehouse walls, the sound translated into Morse code by distance. Your gloved hand finds an iron railing, its metal teeth gnawing through fabric. Legend claims Lübeck's ice storms birthed the first frost herring, fish frozen mid-leap, sold as gruesome souvenirs. You picture them, silver bodies suspended like cursed pocket watches. The harbor pilot's hut stands sentinel ahead, its windows shuttered against the cold's sharpened claws. 19th century captains swore frost patterns on the glass predicted spring tides. But good luck convincing your chattering jaw to care. You fumble with a rusted latch, the door groaning open on a chorus of mice. Inside smells of peat smoke and mildew, a nasal punch of neglected history. The stove hulks in the corner, its cast iron belly full of dead ash. In 1709, a tipsy watchman accidentally burned down 3 huts, all while insisting the flames were just frostbite sweating. You mercy kick the stove, it answers with a hollow, metallic cough. Maps curl on the desk, edges brittle as autumn leaves. One charts the Traves, 1616 freeze, ink blots marking where a smuggler's cart sank through the ice. Historians still argue whether those stains are coffee or the cartographer's tears of frustration. Your fingertip traces a route past the S-bend frost, has nibbled the parchment into braille. Wind winds through a cracked pane, playing the hut like a cracked flute. You wrestle the shutter closed, splinters biting your palm. Outside, icicles dagger from roof gutters, nature's own anti-thief system. A drip freezes mid-fall, suspended like a glass comma, waiting to finish its sentence. The ledger lies open, its pages stiff with cold. Entries from February 1780 detail frost wages paid to break ice with pickaxes. $3 per shattered meter. Your exhale fogs the ink, blurring numbers into Rorschach smudges. Outside, a schooner's mast creaks, its rigging jewelry box tinkling with ice. Something moves in the shallows, a dark shape shearing through skim ice. Your breath hitches, polar bear, lost seal. Closer inspection reveals a waterlogged crate, its slats furred with frozen algae. A label peeks through lemons. 1857. Vitamin C's failed crusade against scurvy, preserved in sarcophagal ice. Dawn gains confidence, pinking the sky like a fresh bruise. You shrug off your coat, the wool crackling with hoarfrost. In 1893, a delusional inventor tried marketing ice-propelled ships using frost's expansion, until his prototype exploded in Greifswald harbor. The hut's walls hum, vibrating with the memory of foolish ambition. Coffee would be nice, so would a functioning fireplace. Neither materializes. You settle for scraping frost off the window, watching it melt into a skeletal handprint. The Baltic heaves against its icy corset, groans echoing through the riverbed. Somewhere beneath that white crust, eels sleep coiled like watch springs, dreaming of warmer depths. Your teeth invent a Morse code, 8 staccato clicks per exhale. A faded poster warns of ice baron alarm, though the last polar bear sighting here was 1620. Still, you side-eye the door latch. Northern folklore claims frost is just Odin's dandruff, which explains the itch in your nostrils. The river coughs up a chunk of ice. It scrapes against the dock like broken china. You pocket a sliver, its edges biting through wool. By noon, it'll be water. By tonight, fog. Such is the harbor's alchemy, solid to liquid to ghost, in 24 turns of the hourglass. Cold reshapes sound, footsteps crunch like celery, waves snap like frozen sheets. A church bell tolls, its vibrations fracturing the air into crystalline shards. You count the strikes, 7, 8. The cold has stolen mathematics. Frost etches ferns across your sleeve botany class for the hypothermic. Sunlight finally punches through, turning the hut's interior into a prism of dust and regret. The harbor pilot's chair creaks as you slump into it, frozen leather protesting your weight. In 1947, a Soviet captain traded 5 kilos of caviar for this very seat, then left it behind during the Berlin airlift. The cushion still cradles his desperation. Your eyelids droop, frost and exhaustion waltzing behind your temples. Outside, a gull braves the cold, its cry thin as scratched glass. The Baltic whispers through ice-choked teeth, promising spring. But not today. Not yet. The world narrows to this chair, this breath, this defiant sliver of sunlight, carving a gold path through the trembling air. Your fingertips catch on a braided coil, hemp fibers braiding centuries of salt and calluses into every twist. The rope lies frozen in a loose spiral, its memory of storms and safe harbors crystallized by cold. Hanseatic guilds once mandated 7-ply construction, each strand representing a Baltic trade port. You count them now: Lübeck, Riga, Tallinn, their names fraying into anonymous twine. Someone wove desperation into these fibers, knots swollen from decades of tensile prayers. Historians still argue whether the triple hitch near the selvage edge was a sailor's code or just a drunk rigger's mistake. You pick at it, fingernails finding something metallic nestled in the strands. A tarnished 4-mark coin winks up, its edges notched by anxious teeth. Sailors called them not wages, emergency bribes for bribing ice or escaping press gangs. Cold has petrified the Manila into something geologic, a fossilized vein of maritime stress. Your breath softens a section, revealing hieroglyphic stains. Tar, blood, something suspiciously beer-shaped. 18th century rope makers often soaked hemp in horse urine for suppleness, a fact that makes you sniff cautiously. The fibers creak, a dry laugh from the past. You uncoil a section, each loop snapping like a dead language's consonants. In 1633, a Lübeck captain claimed his ship's ropes untied themselves during a storm, blamed a witch's curse from a jilted Königsberg lover. The harbor office fined him for imaginative bookkeeping. Frost glues the strands to the table now, resistance that feels almost deliberate. A knot unravels under your coaxing, its geometry dissolving into confused tangles. Modernity flashes. You've seen this shape before. Same wretched configuration as last week's earbuds fresh from your pocket. Some struggles transcend eras. The rope's core breathes out dust, pollen from ports you'll never visit. 3 sealing hooks sway empty nooses waiting for cargo that won't return. Their shadows stripe the floor like prison bars. You recall Bremen's odd 1781 law ships carrying pickled herring had to display green ropes to warn the sensitive. Flakes of verdigris cling to a rusted pulley, patina as lie detector. Wind plucks a loose end, making the whole coil shiver. Resonance hums through frozen fibers, a low C sharp that vibrates your molars. Acoustic engineers once mapped docked ships' harmonic frequencies. Discovered trawlers hum in B flat, ferries in E minor. This rope's song defies notation, closer to a seal's grumble or a drowned church bell. You press a palm against the braids, their chill leaching up your radial artery. Museum tags would call this artifact HL 198276. Here, now, it's a lifeline that once anchored a schooner named Meswind through a Skagerrak gale. The rope remembers the captain's hands better than the captain's own bones do. Outside, a ratchet tightens, dockworkers testing tomorrow's crane cables. The sound mirrors your pulse. 18 men died in 1894's rope walk riots, protests against steam machines replacing hemp spinners. Their ghosts linger in the taut silence between mechanized clicks. You trace a broken strand, its split ends whispering of abrupt endings. Dusk arrives early, slurring the hut's edges into blue shadow. The rope drinks the fading light, turning its grooves into topographic maps of longing. Your thumbnail catches on a faded dye mark, crimson bleached to salmon. Rope makers used beet juice for red strands. Maritime superstition claimed it warded off mermaid curses. A distant foghorn groans 2 short blasts, one prolonged. You instinctively check the knots at your feet, all secure, muscle memory from 1,000 museum visits. Yet here, it feels like liturgy. The harbor's heartbeat thrums through hemp and hide, an arrhythmia tuned by frost and forgotten hands. Moths rise from the rope's core, 27 parchment-winged apparitions, seeking non-existent lamplight. Their larvae hatched in the fibers, timekeepers gorging on history's proteins. You watch them flutter toward the cold pane, a silent exodus mistaking glass for open sky. Their wings beat the air like looms weaving nothing from nothing. The Baltic's breath sharpens, knifing through a wall crack to needle your neck. You fumble your collar up, gaze snagging on the rope's severed end. Frayed, unresolved, a story mid-sentence. Somewhere out there, its twin still exists, moored to a cleat in Gdansk or Malmö. Two halves of a thought separated by salt and silent years. Moonlight bleeds through clouds, turning the hemp into a silver spine. You imagine it in motion, coiling through block and tackle, alive with strain. Diesel engines killed this craft, but the resonance remains. Fingers against fiber, friction as conversation. The hut holds its breath, half expecting the rope to speak in tongues of tar and tensile strength. Your watch ticks, an alien pulse in this room of frozen chronologies. The coin gleams dully where you pried it free, a year stamped, 1912. The decade when steel cable conquered hemp. Progress as a slow strangulation. You slip the coin back into its knot payment for whatever ghosts still guard these strands. Dawn's first blush hesitates beyond the horizon. The rope remains, knots tightening imperceptibly as temperature drops. Stories in stasis. You rise, bones crackling like wet hemp drying. The harbor pilot's shadow crosses the threshold, frost clinging to his boots like a final, frayed refrain. The harbor pilot's shadow stretches across frost-slick planks, a jagged silhouette swallowing your boot prints. His breath hangs, a cursive plume merging with the Baltic's exhalations. You follow wordlessly, past warehouses hunched like sleeping bears. 14 generations of pilots navigated these docks, a dynasty steering ships since Lübeck's golden age as queen of the Hanseatic League. Wind bullies your collar, its icy fingers probing for weak seams. You focus on his boots, crusted with salt blooms from last week's storm. Each step crackles, frozen puddles shattering like caramelized sugar. The air tastes of iron filings, winter sharpening its knives against the harbor's throat. He stops where the Trave River shrugs off its bridal water, lapping at mossy embankments. Here, he grunts, a syllable weighted with silt. In 1620, workers dredged this bend and found 9 Spanish cannons, relics from some forgotten skirmish sunk into anonymity. Historians still argue whether they sank during the 30 Years' War or were tossed by pirates hiding stolen loot. Your palm skims the railing, lichen furring its underside like mold on old bread. The pilot leans into the wind, a human mast resisting tempests. His gloves are museum pieces, cracked leather cured by diesel and desperation. You note the thumb hole darned with fishing line and what looks like dental floss. Moonlight pries open the clouds, spilling mercury across the water. A speedboat growls in the distance, its wake chopping the river into nervous confetti. The pilot scowls, ears tuned to rhythms deeper than engines. Listen. You freeze, marinating in the silence between waves. Then a wet slap. Then another, something drumming against the hull of a moored trawler. He grins, teeth yellowed like antique piano keys. Eel mating season. They bash their heads on boats. Love makes fools of all creatures. Snorting seems appropriate. You squint at the trawler, its hull tattooed with algae. Sure enough, a 3-foot conger eel bobs belly up, still twitching. Its milky eye reflects the moon, a second glazed satellite. The pilot chuckles, a sound like gravel rolling downhill. They'll fry that one tomorrow. Kitchen's always got a free meal for harbor rats. Diesel fumes clot the air, thick enough to chew. A container ship looms behind you, its hull a cliff of peeling cyan. The pilot spits. Tobacco stains the snow like a Rorschach blot. Used to be 30 men guiding those. Now it's GPS and a kid with joystick. You finger the rope fibers still wedged under your nails, itchy reminders of abandoned crafts. He notices, nods toward your hands. Better than machine-made. Synthetic lines snap clean. Hemp. It whispers warnings before it breaks. Historians still argue whether silk traders introduced hemp to the Baltic, or if Vikings carried it west from Novgorod. You imagine longboats stuffed with rope and dried fish, a maritime IKEA run. The pilot yanks a flask from his coat, offers it. Warmth sears your throat, fire chasing gasoline. He smirks at your coughing. Schwarzgebrand. Potato schnapps. My Oma smuggled the recipe from Stettin in her girdle. Bless her thieving soul. Lights blink on shore. A sodium constellation, outlining beer halls and fish markets. You count 17 lit windows, each a diorama of late-night port life. A drunk stumbles into an alley, vomiting a perfect arc that catches moonlight like misplaced jewelry. The pilot studies the horizon, a tilt to his chin that suggests tides charted in his bones. Used to signal with lanterns, red for storm warnings, blue for contraband. Now, he jerks his chin at a cell tower pulsing on the headland. Everything's ones and zeros. Even the waves get translated. Your boot dislodges a pebble. It plops into the water, triggering concentric ripples. Beneath the dock, something stirs, water roiling, as if boiled from below. The pilot tenses, then relaxes. Just a sturgeon, big as a Volkswagen. Been here since Brezhnev was boss. Cold gnaws through your soles, heralded by a shudder you feel in your fillings. The pilot turns homeward, expects you to follow. You linger watching the wake of your pebble fade. Time stretches taut as a hawser line. For 3 breaths, 4. The harbor belongs solely to moon and memory. Then, a ferry's horn blares, splitting the night like an air raid siren. The spell ruptures. You trail the pilot's shadow, stepping precisely where his boots crushed the frost. Behind you, the sturgeon breaches, its armored back breaching the surface before vanishing. A myth retreating into murk. The walk back feels shorter, labyrinth simplified by repetition. You pass the dried eel now, just a grease stain on the dock. The pilot's mittened hand rises, a half-wave farewell. His keys jingle, then a door thuds shut. Alone again, you exhale a cloud that hangs defiantly in the air. Somewhere, hemp ropes tighten, steel hulls groan, and the Baltic licks its wounds. Your pocket vibrates, a text from a world beyond wharves and tide charts. You ignore it. Let the harbor's heartbeat override the digital pulse. Dawn loiters below the horizon, a procrastinator resisting the clock. You press a palm against a bollard, iron leaching warmth from your skin. 300 years of ships have kissed this post, their ropes wearing grooves into its neck. Tonight, it's just you and the rust. Footsteps approach a teenager in a neon vest, clutching a clipboard. His boots are unscuffed, his frown fresh from some inland suburb. You step aside, letting the shift change wash over you. The harbor inhales, ready to repeat yesterday's dance with minor variations. Your lungs burn your nose numb, your thoughts adrift in the Trave's brackish veins. Turning landward, you leave the key behind, each step lighter than the last. Somewhere beneath your soles, dormant cobblestones dream of ox carts and fishwives, while above, gulls begin their shift, screaming for breakfast. The world shrinks, contracting to the squeak of your jacket zipper, the pebble in your left boot, the fading aftertaste of stolen schnapps. Routine unravels, replaced by the harbor's raw syntax, waves as commas, foghorns as exclamation points. Silence as the period where all sentences eventually drown. A child's balloon escapes a tenement window, bobbing over rooftops toward the water. You track its flight, a crimson dot swallowed by the pre-dawn gray. The Baltic accepts this offering without comment, spinning the balloon eastward, where it'll wash ashore near Euston Island, mistaken for a Soviet buoy. Your hotel door clicks shut, sealing the harbor's whispers behind double-glazed glass. But the cold stays with you, nestled in your marrow, a guest who refuses to check out. The customs house door groans, its hinges protesting as you slip inside. A single bulb swings overhead, casting shadows that leap like drunkards across ledger-stacked walls. The night clerk squints, his fountain pen splitting midnight into smudged numerals. You smell stale coffee, mildew, and the tang of vinegar-soaked rags used to wipe salt from manifests. He doesn't glance up. 12 barrels of Prussian turpentine, 3 crates labeled ornamental glassware, 7 metric tons of ballast stones. His voice grinds, a whetstone sharpening monotony. You lean closer, watch ink bleed through parchment like squid jet spreading in water. In Lübeck's prime, these logs detailed saffron and whale oil. Now it's resin and IKEA flat packs. A cockroach skitters across the desk, halting at the edge of an open crate. Inside, ceramic dolls stare blankly, their porcelain cheeks blushing peach under the flickering light. The clerk prods one with his pen. Export to Bergen. Folk there pay good krona for haunted antiques. Your snort fogs his glasses. He wipes them on a tie dotted with gravy stains. What you think traders ever shipped sensible things? 1582 manifests listed a live zebra died of ennui before it reached Gdansk. Historians still argue whether medieval merchants smuggled Norse runestones as ballast, or just enjoyed carving fake ones to confuse rivals. You point to a line item, 7 casks, fermented herring flammable. He shrugs, bunkering fuel. Cheaper than diesel in 8, smelled better too. Moonlight leaks through barred windows, striping the floor like a prisoner's jersey. The clerk rubs his neck, cracks vertebrae in a xylophone cascade. Grab that ledger. 1944 section, 3rd shelf, left of the rat poison. Dust motes swarm as you tug the tome free, its spine sighing like a relieved accordion. Faded entries detail tungsten shipments for panzer factories, morphine vials for field hospitals, and one entry circled thrice in red, 12 kal yetse, isa yaente, aerya aerte ye f akate yeruke uersha, eskao akratkoi, kao es yeru. 12 amber rings, he murmurs. Soviet captains swore they were cursed, threw them overboard during a storm off Klaipeda. His fingernail taps the page. Got his sub sunk by a minesweeper 3 days later. Beneath the desk, a furnace coughs, its iron belly full of burning receipts. The clerk feeds it. Another file flames, like U-boats requisition orders from 1943, kept these warm for Himmler's bureaucrats. Bastards never came back for their paperwork. You drift toward a map pinned to plaster, its edges devoured by silverfish. Red threads link Lübeck to Riga, Newcastle, Tallinn. A pushpin marks Scotland. Annotated with Fitter Hexacademians, Find, 1987. He notices your gaze. Amateur divers found a cog loaded with elk antlers, carbon dated to Waldemar Ivy's reign. Outside, a truck reverses, its alarm screeching the first 4 notes of Fur Elise. The clerk winces. Schmidt's delivery. He thinks it's cultured. I think it's a war crime. Your fingertips brush a custom stamp, its handle worn smooth by Palatinate wine permits and Napoleonic occupation seals. It leaves a faint M on your skin, the ghost of a bureaucrat's flourish. The clerk slumps into his chair and massages temples furrowed like tide pools. Stay through dawn. You'll see the real cargo. He nods toward the docks, where shadows convulse under crane lights. Tourists think we ship goods. Truth, we're exporters of silence, importers of whatever the sea coughs up. A moth kamikazes into the bulb, its wings frying with a sound like distant applause. The manifest rustles a breeze sneaking through a cracked pane. You read upside down. Item 19B. 1 wooden crate. Contents unknown. Origin, Rostock. Handling instructions. Do not tilt. Do not open. Do not acknowledge. The clerk follows your stare, slams the ledger shut. Ignore that. 1957. Incident taught us some boxes stay sealed. His laugh lines deepen, trenches dug by decades of calculated obliviousness. Dawn loiters behind storm clouds, clutching its first light like a miser hoarding coins. The clerk extinguishes his desk lamp, suddenly old in the gray half-light. Go on. My successor's got a doctorate in tedium and a taser for dockhands who ask questions. You step into air that smells of diesel and impending rain. Behind you, keys rattle. A bolt clangs shut. The harbor digests another night's secrets, acid etched onto paper, soon destined for the furnace. A forklift beeps, its driver yawning through a cigarette. On the quay, workers pry open the Baltic's latest offering, a waterlogged crate spilling Lithuanian newspapers from 1991. Headlines shout of independence, freedom, revolution. The masthead dissolves as rain begins, ink running like exile tears. Your shoes stick to the dock, each step a petty argument with physics. By the fish market, old Frau Eckhart unwraps a squid, its tentacles curling around her wrists like needy children. She winks, holds up a tarnished taller coin plucked from its guts. Third one, this week, Catherine the Great's losing her savings. Rain escalates, needling your scalp through thinning hair. You duck under an awning press against a warehouse, door vibrating with bass from the night shift's forbidden boombox. Bolero mingles with the downpour, the relentless rhythm syncopated by drips falling from a gutter snipe's nest. A truck rumbles past, its tarp flapping like a trapped specter. Inside, the amber dolls clink, their hollow heads nodding to a beat older than wheels, older than roads, older than the hands that molded their unblinking eyes. Somewhere, a stamp meets paper authorizing the transport of mystery, the kind that outlives ports, clerks, even languages. You inhale the morning's wet asphalt perfume and let the harbor's hidden cargo settle in your lungs, weightless, wordless, waiting. Rain needles your shoulders sharp as Baltic pine needles as you shuffle along the quay. Puddles flash like mercury under crane lights, each ripple a sonnet about impact and impermanence. You tilt your umbrella, a battered relic from Lübeck's 1996 Fish Market Festival, and catch a drop's journey from cloud to nylon to your left eyebrow. A drainage grate gargles, vomiting last night's storm into the Trave. 17th century engineers designed these sewers to outlive empires, their brick arches still channeling midnight's secrets out to sea. Historians still argue whether Viking navigators read raindrop patterns on vellum or just hated getting their runestones wet. 3 dockworkers sprint past, their boots slapping echoes off container stacks. One shouts what might be a Norse curse or a lunch order from the kebab truck. Their yellow slickers flap, reminiscent of Hanseatic merchants, waxed linen raincloaks circa 1483. Mainstream textbooks rarely mention those raincloaks, doubled as emergency sails during becalmed voyages. But maritime ledgers don't lie. Your umbrella betrays you. A rogue gust inverts it with a wet thwack. Now you're hiking the Eiffel Tower in reverse and losing. Across the harbor, the radio tower hums A-sharp, its pitch warped by humidity. An archived 1976 weather report swore this tonal shift repelled migratory geese. The locals blame drunk technicians and cheap Soviet wiring. Rain thickens, the kind of downpour that rewrites geography. You duck into a warehouse alcove, back pressed against crates stenciled fragile. Dutch porcelain, allegedly. Water cascades off the roof, a beaded curtain separating you from a forklift driver's cigarette break. He exhales, smoke tangoing with vapor, and tosses a pebble into a puddle. The concentric circles mesmerize, a geometry so flawless it hurts. 5 centuries back, Renaissance mathematicians would scribbled equations in this sludge. Your phone buzzes, a weather alert, 50-m. Seek elevated ground. You pocket it, absurdly aware the nearest elevated ground is a pile of Kyrgyz sheepskins moldering on Dock 7. A gull squawks overhead, its cry smeared by wind. Scientists insist birds avoid heavy rain, but this one's doing loop-de-loops like a bipolar kite. It crash lands on a mast, wings splayed in defeat. You almost sympathize until it projectile shits on a customs officer's hat 2 berths down. Somewhere, a disconnected downspout vomits water onto a pallet of Ukrainian sunflower oil. The resulting slurry smells like a deep fryer's panic attack. A hydrology student, his forearm tattoos bleeding blue in the rain, jots notes with soggy enthusiasm. His thesis, Precipitation as Portraiture, How Lübeck's Storms Sketched a City. Academia's loss is your gain. You spot Frau Eckhart by the herring stalls, her plastic poncho, a garish oasis in the gray. She's lecturing a stray cat about the drought of 1763. 8 months without rain. The Trave ran so low we dragged barges by hand. The cat blinks, licks a paw, clearly Team Edward. The storm crescendos, hail now marble-sized and malicious. A shipping container resonates like a Wagnerian drum. Inside, Icelandic lichen survives its 3rd transatlantic journey. Unaware it's the backup plan for Earth's first Mars colony. Elon's people call it extreme environment research. Dockworkers call it that weird moss that survived Schmidt's coffee. Lightning foxes across the sky, nature's paparazzi. Thunder follows, rattling the harbor master's world's okayest dad mug. In the strobe-lit chaos, rain etches temporary frescoes on every surface. A puddle reflects the control tower's light, becomes a minimalist homage to Turner's seascapes. Your socks squelch, each step a soggy mutiny by the dry dock. A chain-link fence hums with runoff, its diamonds strung with liquid glass. You press a palm to the links, cold seeps into your lifeline, mapping tomorrow's chill. The storm tires, downgrading to a sulky drizzle. Gutters hiccup, last breaths of a downpour that'll live forever in basement sump pumps and tick-tock time-lapses. You shake out your umbrella, it elastic bands into something resembling a dead bat and spot the first star. Dock lights mimic constellations. Venus winks through smudged clouds, and the harbor exhales rain-scented secrets your lungs file under miscellaneous miracles. Somewhere, a night shift worker hums La Vie en Rose off-key. Somewhere, the Baltic licks salt from a fresh wound. Rain's final act, mist ascending like the ghosts of unread love letters. The cobblestones gleam black ice, practicing for winter. You inhale, tasting ozone and diesel. And the harbor whispers its oldest secret. The sea remembers every drop. Moonlit mist clings to the crane's throat, a steel gull frozen mid-swallow. You tread between shadows that pool like spilled ink, careful not to wake the shipyard's unfinished dreams. A cold rivet nips your palm, decades of rust flaking onto your skin like metallic dandruff. Schwerin docks cranes haven't lifted cargo since reunification, their diesel hearts replaced by bird nests. Mainstream history claims the GDR built them to showcase socialist engineering. Forgot to mention, they sagged 2 centimeters portside by 1989. Your boot scuffs a faded hammer and compass emblem, its red paint now salmon pink under sodium lights. Something creaks overhead, a cable swaying its own requiem. You've read the urban legends. Night guards hearing welders' ghosts arguing about weld seam gaps, their spectral blowtorches flickering till dawn. The Lübeck Maritime Museum denies these reports, but conveniently stocks valerian tea in the gift shop. Your breath fogs the air, each exhale a transient cloud with delusions of grandeur. 3 drops of condensation slide down a girder, racing toward irrelevance. They remind you of the shipyard's oddest contract, the time West Germany secretly paid East German workers to build icebreaker hulls for Canadian whiskey traders. Historians still argue whether this was détente or capitalism's Trojan horse. A rat skitters across a beam, dragging a French fry longer than its body. It eyes you, tiny Napoleon of the Rust Kingdom, before diving into a corroded ventilation shaft. The 1983 workers' newsletter mentioned rodent unions, demanded bigger crumbs from the cafeteria's Schnitzel Tuesdays. You half expect a picket line. Wind hums through latticework, a 40-meter tall ocarina playing nautical shanties in minor keys. Your jacket zipper trembles in the breeze, metallic teeth chattering Morse code for I regret these life choices. Above the crane's hook dangles a 9-ton iron question mark, asking what happened to its purpose. You trace a weld seam, each ripple the fingerprint of some Arbeits collective member who smuggled Western rock cassettes in their lunch pails. Rumor says one crane's counterweight hides love letters to a Copenhagen stevedore, though UNESCO's too busy preserving the actual city gates to check. The Baltic exhales, its breath carries the tang of electrolytic corrosion. Under your feet, dormant rail tracks stretch toward the water, parallel lines yearning to converge. They once carried trabants destined for Cuban sugar plantations. Now host dandelions punching through cracked concrete. A security light buzzes. It's a rhythmic flicker, syncing with your pulse. You recall the yard's final project, a fishing trawler that became a floating erotic cinema off Rugen Island. The projectionist allegedly spliced krill documentaries with artistic reinterpretations of Moby Dick. 3 crows burst from an I-beam, wing beats scattering oil droplets into prismatic confetti. Their cause echo like nail gun fire, triggering a memory. Aunt Helga swore shipyard. Apprentices napped inside freshly painted ballast tanks, woke with bilingual hallucinations from the fumes. Your phone's flashlight grazes a placard. V.E.B. Matthias Thesson, Werft, 1950-21990. The 90s graffiti below reads Tut UNS LEID in wobbly spray paint. You're debating if that's an apology or band name when distant church bells gut punch the silence. 2 a.m. vibrating through your sternum. Moonlight bleeds through perforated steel, turning the gantry into a colander of shadows. You count 11 missing bolts in a support column, the yard's version of rosary beads. Someone hung a plastic rosary there anyway, its cross swaying beside a sticker. GOTT VERGSSEN WIRNICHT. The wind shifts, carrying diesel stink from a dredger moored 3 kilometers west. Your eyes water not from the fumes, but the sudden understanding that decay has its own taxonomy. Peeling paint becomes lichen. Rust blooms into abstract art. Pigeon shit achieves Baroque complexity. A sheet metal panel groans, its lament answered by a foghorn's basso profundo. They're discussing entropy in a language older than rivets. You lean against a corroded bollard, its cold seeping through your jeans to write memos on your femur. Somewhere below, black water laps at struts crusted with mussels. Each wavelet whispers the same warning. Industrial glory expires faster than baker's yeast. You pocket a washer, its center hole a perfect O of absence, and realize the shipyard isn't dead. It's translating itself into a new dialect of silence. A lantern gutters beside the trawler's gangway, its flame flinching from the Baltic's exhalations. You steady the glass housing, fingertips brushing century-old soot that's part charcoal, part sailor's breath. Lübeck's medieval lighthouse code once fined captains for lanterns hung an inch too low. Not that anyone measures sins in height anymore. The wick sputters, a drunk hummingbird trying to remember the tune. 3 meters above, another beacon blinks red. International maritime law dictates the pattern, but this one's stuck improvising like a jazz drummer with a hiccup. You count the misfires too long, a stutter, eternal pause, perfect for luring ships full of philosophy majors. A drop of whale oil hits your sleeve, carrying 300 years of peer pressure. The Maritime Museum insists 18th century lamplighters never used whales, but radiocarbon dating found blubber traces in 6 harbor lanterns, debate club material, and Peta's nightmare. Your shoulder leans against a bollard still warm from sunset. Across the water, 8 yellow eyes glow. Not spiders, not UFOs, just Stolterfleet Bakery's window. Their cinnamon rolls auditioning as twin constellations. One pastry's swirled like Fibonacci's less successful cousin. Wind rattles the lantern chain, a reminder that physics exists. You recall Lübeck's 1703 Lichtstuhl, when rival lighthouse crews sabotaged each other's wicks, using trained seagulls with candle snuffers. Historians still argue whether this was labor dispute or performance art. The flame flexes, projecting your shadow onto a trawler named Frau Unjettled. Her hull wears gull guano like avant-garde cake frosting. Funny, you've licked frosting. You've never licked guano. Some life choices right themselves. A moth kamikazes into the glass, wings beating the rhythm of a panic attack. Its shadow becomes a T-Rex on the dock, proof that scale changes everything. You hum the Jurassic Park theme through your nose. Gravel crunches behind you. The watchman's St. Bernard plods over jowls, sloshing audibly. His collar tag reads Birchen. Dogs named after bread, the Hamburg way to ensure breakfast loyalty. 4 drips from the lantern hit Birchen's head. He takes this as baptism, collapsing into a fur puddle at your feet. You scratch his ear, feeling cartilage crunch like an accordion's last gasp. 3 bubbles rise in the harbor, probably fish, possibly mermen vaping. Mid-motions, the 1374 Lübeck Codex warned of water sprites mimicking human tech. Nowadays, we blame Russian submarines on dating apps. Birchen's snore harmonizes with the creaking dock. You study the lantern's glass, hand-blown imperfections warping the flame into a taffy pole. 7 generations back, your ancestor supplied wicks to the Hanseatic League. Noticed a pattern yet. Rain speckles the water, each droplet kicking its own miniature depth charge. You shelter the lantern with your jacket, feeling absurdly parental toward open combustion. Somewhere in Portugal, a sailor's widow saves wax from burned letters. The circle stays unbroken. A seagull lands on Frau Unjettled's mast, clutching a chicken nugget. Fast food's coastal conquest is complete. Below decks, the 90s trawler radio still plays Schlager hits on endless loop. Modern purgatory smells like tartar sauce. Birchen farts, a biological foghorn declaring shift change. The watchman's flashlight beam slices the dock, catching suspended raindrops mid-flight. For 3 breaths, the port becomes a snow globe shaken by an angry toddler. You extinguish the lantern, its final smoke curl escaping like a jailbreak soul. Neon from the fish market bleeds across the water, turning waves into anime liquid. Dawn's still hours away, but the barges are gossiping in diesel. 11 steps north. A plaque commemorates Europe's first ship's cat with a prosthetic tail. Mr. Schnerbart served 12 years, retired to a herring barrel. Taxidermists made him dance for tourists until the Great Mouser Revolt of 1792. Not in textbooks. Should be. Your palm tingles, lantern heat lingering like a handshake from history. Whatever secrets these flames told the dark they'll keep. You walk away, leaving Birchen to his puddle and the rain to its opaque ambitions. Waves slap the concrete, whispering. Some nights, even the light needs company. Sea mist clings to your collar, chilly fingers tracing where your father's hands once adjusted your life jacket. The harbor's brine mixes with pine tar here, a scent older than Luther nailing complaints to church doors. Historians still argue whether Lübeck's shipbuilders chose pine resin for waterproofing, or just liked how it tasted in their morning ale. Your boot nudges a rusted bolt, half buried in gravel. At 7, you'd have pocketed this pirate treasure, ignoring the tetanus screaming from every flake. Back then, every key crack held Viking ghosts or smuggled spices. Now, it's just oxidized iron and someone's dropped vape cartridge. The wind carries a gull's cry, or maybe your childhood self yelling, "Watch me climb the mooring post." You never fell. Not once. The harbor midges feasting on your kneecaps probably deserve partial credit. 3 cargo cranes slump inland, their silhouettes bent like old men playing scat. One still bears graffiti from 99. BCKERLOVESANJA, plus a crude drawing of a herring. Modern archaeology. You inhale deeply, hoping to catch wood smoke from Otto's fish shack. Long gone, replaced by an automated sushi conveyor that once dispensed live shrimp by accident. Lübeck's tourism board remains divided on the incident. Your thumb rubs a wharf post's groove, worn smooth by 2 centuries of rope. Same motion your father used polishing his brass pocket compass. That disc now warms your breast pocket, its needle twitching like a dog dreaming of rabbits. 1862. The year this harbor first installed gas lamps. Workers protested, fearing the flames would attract unnatural fog. The coal barons won. The fog stayed. A jellyfish pulses beneath the dock, transparent, except for its neon green digestive system. You dub it Gustav, then immediately question naming something you can see through. Childhood habits die harder than Hanseatic trade monopolies. Moonlight glints off a beer bottle shard, transforming it into Baltic amber. Real amber's just tree resin that got ambitious. You once traded a ski pass for a chunk containing a prehistoric mosquito. Still waiting for that cloned dinosaur dividend. Footsteps echo from Warehouse 11. Or is it the slap of 14th century ledger pages? Lübeck's merchant lords kept their accounts in Gothic script, and one marginalia doodle of a nun riding a sturgeon. Archives won't display it. Ask the drunk intern. You spit into the current a game from age 9. Hit a fish, get a wish. Today's effort sinks unclaimed. Maybe Baltic cod boycott light pollution. The compass grows heavy, as compasses do when metaphors loom. Its etched rose has a fifth cardinal point labeled Heim, added by your grandfather during the air raids. You align the H with the Wayhouse spire, its shadow stretching toward the Stasi bunker, disguised as a garden shed. Cities are palimpsests written in secrets and sewer maps. 7 gulls roost on a dredger's boom, feathered gargoyles judging your life choices. A feather drifts down, striped like a sailor's jersey. You tuck it behind your ear, becoming briefly interesting at parties you'll never attend. Ice cracks in the Trave's shallows, a sound like bones resetting. Winter of 47 men sawed the frozen harbor into blocks, selling them as Baltic crystal to tourists. Some parlors still have chunks labeled genuine hunger ice. Your phone buzzes, a calendar alert for your nephew's laser tag birthday. You silence it, returning to the compass's whisper. The needle trembles, caught between magnetic north and the kebab van's generator. Dawn's first light bleeds through a schooner's rigging, projecting a net across the docks. You step into the weave as 12 generations of harbor rats debate your shoe's edible potential. The compass finds your palm a cool, metal-waking, sleep-numbed skin. Somewhere, past the container ships and wind farms, the Baltic stirs in its saltwater sheets. You close your eyes, and for 3 breaths, become the boy who knew every tide pool's name. Frau Ungettled's horn blares, scattering memories like startled pigeons. The harbor inhales, readying its daily aria of cranes and curses. Your thumb finds the compass's Heim, its edges worn smooth by doubt and diesel fumes. A turn's shadow skims your wrist, fleet as childhood, gone before you grasp it. You pocket the compass, its directions no longer pointing anywhere but here. Fairy lights smear gold across the water, each departure a glowing hyphen in the Baltic's endless sentence. You count them, 7 streaks fading toward Sweden's jagged coastline. Your souls recognize the dock's warped plank, same board that tripped Aunt Helga during the '98 storm surge. She blamed rowdy mermaid antics, though her gluing intake remains the likelier culprit. The MS Hanseatic sounds its horn, a basso profundo note that vibrates your molars. 13 dead jellyfish pulse below, neon innards flashing like faulty Christmas lights. Historians still argue whether Lübeck's medieval ferries carried pilgrims or pickled herring. First, ledgers suggest the herring paid better. A deckhand hoses down the lower ramp water, sluicing away forgotten gum wrappers and fish scales. Same hose once sprayed a visiting prince during a rope malfunction. The ensuing chaos birthed Lübeck's unofficial motto: tide and toil wait for no man. Local breweries sell commemorative ales with his scowling face on the label. Your thumb finds the compass's Heim, its etched H now aligned with peeling ferry schedules. 1903, the year engineers installed electric hailing bells that sailors mistook for ghostly chimes. The harbor master posted signs, not SBIRITS science. The debate made Leipzig newspapers for 6 weeks. Moonlight glints off a soda. Ken's logo, the same red as communist-era buoys, decommissioned after reunification. You kick it gently, joining 39 siblings in the recycling bin. The clatter wakes a dock cat, who glares at you through mismatched eyes. Tiny pirate sovereign of rotten fish territories, wind plucks at your collar, bringing the scent of diesel and distant schnitzel trucks. 70 years back, this breeze carried Vera Lynn's voice from troopship radios. Old sailors swore the fog still hummed. We'll meet again during solstice nights. You strain your ears, catching only the shush of waves polishing stone. A teenager's laughter bursts from the Stena Line gangway, sharp and bright as a gull's cry. Their sneakers slap the metal ramp, echoing through generations of teenagers fleeing or returning. You remember your own escape at 17, Che Guevara poster rolled in a rice cooker box. The rice cooker stayed. The revolution didn't. Green navigation lights blur as you blink, becoming Weimar-era cabaret spotlights for half a heartbeat. 8 cabaret performers hid in a ferry's coal bunker during the brown shirt crackdowns, entertained stokers with satirical songs until Danzig. Truth or alembicated nostalgia. The ferry company denies all knowledge, but winks when pressed. Rain begins, tiny needling drops that peck your scalp. 23 passengers sprint for cover, transforming the promenade into a slapstick ballet. You stay, recalling grandfather's claim that North Sea rains cured baldness. His gleaming pate suggested otherwise, though the placebo power of sailor tailies remains unmatched. The finmaid's wake slaps the quay, regurgitating foam-streaked crinkle wrap and a single croc shoe. Fashion historians posit that 18th century sailors pioneered mismatched footwear, a practicality turned punk by modern toddlers. You didn't expect cultural reappropriation to include rubber clogs smeared with herring guts. Sirens wail as the TT line reverses engines, a sound that prickles your neck hairs, same frequency as the air raid warnings your mother imitated during hide and seek. You always panicked. She always laughed, deception's bittersweet aftertaste lingering, like port wine on a cleft palate. 3 drones buzz overhead, delivering sushi to a yacht. The future arrives, poorly insulated and slightly lost. You miss Otto's fish shack, the crackle of batter meeting oil, the ketchup packets frozen into ice packs for black eyes earned in harbor fistfights. Automation can't replicate grease stains that tell better stories than history books. Your phone lights up a text from the nephew. Laser tag got canceled. Zombies ate Dave. You pocket it, watching the ferry lights dissolve into drizzle. Somewhere beyond the horizon, Stockholm's own harbor pilot might be squinting at this glimmer. The breadcrumb trail flowing both ways. Coal smoke tangs the air, an illegal pleasure from the Rugen's retrofitted engines. Crews still smuggle vintage fuel for the engine room shrine to Poseidon, a tradition upheld since the Titanic's engineers poured a dram to the boiler gods. OSHA inspectors look the other way, charmed by cinnamon rolls left on clipboards. The compass warms against your ribs, its needle twitching northeast. Magnetic north, or the pull of Visby's medieval wall, where you kissed a Lithuanian botanist during the Gotland Sun Festival. Tourism campaigns omit the part where she pocketed your watch and half your dignity. Lanterns sway on buoy tender ships, their light pools merging into butter-yellow Rorschachs. You see a dragon, then a teapot, then your third-grade teacher's haircut. Pareidolia's cheap thrills, the adult version of cloud giraffes and cheese moon theories. A crewman tosses a fender overboard, its black rubber belly lolling in the waves. 76 identical bumps. Same count as Lübeck's church steps on Reformation Day. The rhythm syncs with your pulse till a rogue wave breaks the spell. Midnight creeps closer, dragging its star-studded cloak across the estuary. The last ferry shrinks to a pixel, then winks out. You exhale, releasing wishes like paper boats from age 9, each capsizing before reaching the channel. Dawn's first smear weakens the vodka blue darkness. The breadcrumb path erases itself, waiting for tonight's offering. Your feet turn shoreward, guided not by compasses or ferries, but the scent of bitter coffee brewing in dockside flats. Engines still, their thrum replaced by cricket song. Stone keys settle beneath the weight of patient stars. You lean against a bollard still warm from the finmaid's ropes, its iron belly exhaling decades of diesel size. Some claim Lübeck's cobblestones memorize every ship's name. Press your ear close and hear Flying Dutchman whispers. You try it, getting a seaweed haircut for your trouble. A lantern gutters on the Hanse's stern, last awake eye in the port. 17 paces away, a overturned dinghy collects moonlight like rainwater. Historians still argue whether 14th century dockhands used pickled jellyfish as lantern fuel. Guild records mention sea blubber torches, but lack specifics. You're just glad modern lighting evolved past flammable nidarians. Your boot nudges a ceramic shard, blue and white curves that might have graced a Ming vase once. Or a tourist's ashtray. Lübeck traded Asian porcelain when the Hanseatic League ruled these waters. Now it trades TikTok videos of fog. The shard winks, a pixelated heirloom. Crickets throttle their chorus as you pass, tiny maestros tuning for peak melancholy. Their rhythm syncs with the tide, 6 legs scraping in time to waves. Some swear Lübeck's crickets are descendants of stowaways from Marco Polo's ships. Entomologists call it romantic nonsense. You let the lie linger, prettier than admitting they probably hitchhiked in IKEA flat packs. The weighhouse clock stutters, its hands arthritic at 2:17. You know it's wrong. Dawn's already nibbling the horizon. They stopped repairing it after reunification, a silent protest against punctuality. Your own watch died years ago, its face fogged like a diver's goggles. A chain droops from the Nordlicht's anchor, each link glazed with frost. You count 73 before losing track. Same number of steps to your childhood bedroom. Memory's math never adds up, but the imagination always overpays. Glass crunches underfoot, green shards from a 90s apothecary jar, Nivea cream and fish oil still haunt the air of pharmacist ghosts, tending invisible customers. The Baltic preserves nostalgia better than formaldehyde. Even shipworm-riddled beams smell like fresh-cut pine here. 3 taxis doze by the customs shed their roofs, feathered with gull droppings. One has wash me finger drawn in grime, punctuation included. You consider it, but the harbor's grunge aesthetic feels sacred, the maritime version of cathedral patina. Wind riffles through an abandoned cargo list, numbers dancing the cha-cha on damp paper. 12 cobalt barrels, 4 tea chests, 962 unaccounted seconds before dawn. Administrative poetry, unsigned and unsung. You trace the railing's chipped paint, each layer a decade in reverse. Prussian blue, Warsaw, packed gray, EU safety yellow. Painters left initials in the rust. ASD 1984, HRM 2003. A stonecarver's mark from 1411. Conservationists called it vandalism. You call it Time's autograph. A flashlight beam stabs the dark Nils on his final rounds. His keys jingle the opening notes of Fouer Elise, reminder that even night guards carry soundtracks. He nods, you nod back. A dialogue reduced to marionette choreography. The port simplifies speech, replaces words with sidelong glances and the shuffle of boots. Ice glazes the tidal ladder, each rung a slippery sonnet about gravity. You test it once, because adulthood hasn't killed all your bad ideas. The 5th step betrays you, left heel skidding into a pratfall Bessarabian princes would envy. At least, the mullet saved your skull silver linings on dark water nights. Muffled laughter leaks from the damp skiff's wheelhouse, crew playing cards with vodka rubles. They've dealt you in before, let you win, let you lose, let you forget which matters less. Tonight, you let them keep their pocket aces and knock twice on the hull. A hand waves, stained with motor oil and mustard. Fishermen's buoys bob in the middle distance. Party balloons left after God's birthday. Red, blue, red. The sequence triggers a memory of strobe lights at techno brunch. Dubstep seagulls. That's what the port needs. You file the idea under things to pitch after 6 hours sleep. The horizon pales, not dawn, just a tanker's running lights blurred by mist. You check the compass, needle steady as a nun's poker face. 15 years, and its spin during the 17 solar storm still haunts you. Science claims geomagnetic anomalies. Sailors swear the dead tugged it southward. A doll's arm protrudes from tidal muck, plastic fingers grasping at nothing. Relic of a child's tantrum or a chaotic customs inspection. You leave it be. Let the next tide decide. Judgments above your pay grade, and the crabs seem curious. Damp seeps into your socks, earlier's rain resurrected by cunning cobblestones. You'll blame fluvial ninjas. Easier than admitting you forgot waterproofing. The harbor loves humility, collects it in puddles beneath careless feet. Cargo cranes slump their silhouettes giraffes at a watering hole. One creaks, metal tendons stretching after hours of stillness. You mimic it, arms overhead, back arched, vertebrae popping like a Gatling gun. The night watch is 10% vigilance, 90% improvised yoga. Rotting lemons litter the service alley, citrus graveyard from a faulty shipment. Their stings are 10 crown princess Metha's face smug as the day her portrait replaced krona notes. Norway still sends apology schnapps. Each Christmas, Lübeck still pretends not to drink it. A single window glows above the chandlery, accountant or insomniac. You picture them squinting at spreadsheets, unaware their lamplight stitches your shadow to the key. 60 years back, that same glow-lit resistance operatives forging papers. Now it brightens tax evasion, progress, backslide. History's a carousel, same horses, fresh paint. The port inhales, holds, exhales. You match it, lungs sinking to the oldest rhythm. Hanseatic smoke, Soviet exhaust. TOMORROWS, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. All breath becomes salt in the end. Bells clang 2 valleys away, Lubman's pilgrims already stirring. Your feet turn westward, guided not by maps, but the ache for black coffee and sitcom reruns. The compass needle trembles, not north, but toward a frayed couch cushion imprinted with your life's outline. Stars bleach into nothingness, the night's ink running dry. Dawn's inevitable, but for this suspended moment, the port dreams, and you're the only one awake to hear it whisper. Moonglow braids itself through sagging nets, each frayed strand threaded with droplets that could be dew or Baltic tears. You pause by the trawl winch, its gears clogged with barnacle, grit, and half-remembered summers. They say Lübeck's fishermen used horse mills to hoist cargo in the 1300s. Beasts trampling wooden treadwheels as wide as wedding rings. The last horse retired in 1902, its horseshoes melted into rivets for the SS Wank. History recycles everything except mercy. A wave slaps the key, spray mists your cheek like weak gin. Your pocket cradles that sea glass shard from earlier, its edges worn smooth by centuries of sorry and wait. Marine archaeologists once found 7,000 tulip bulbs in a sunken cog. Victorian speculation gone briny. You wonder if anyone will dig up your loose change and lint, curated as early 21st century devotional objects. Something nudges your boot, a rotted fishing buoy painted with Cyrillic glyphs. Pe air, ive yete, turns to privet under your thumb. Friendly letters eroded into a stranger's wink. During the 80s, East German trawlers docked here with holds full of Bulgarian apricots and regret. The real contraband. Blue jeans folded like smuggled clouds beneath engine parts. You kneel pretending to tie a lace and peel a barnacle from the buoy's belly. It pops free, a fossilized yawn. 3 meters offshore, flashlight beams slice the water. Police divers hunting a shipment's dropped pallet. Or maybe that stolen mermaid statue from Travamoon's fountain. Local legends claim she blinked when they hauled her up, salt-crusted lashes trembling. Experts dismiss it as pareidolia. But you've seen drunk tourists weep at her algae-stained breasts. The sea writes better myths than we do. Your shadow stretches toward a net pile, black lace draped over steel. A hermit crab scouts the perimeter, dragging its shell like a teenager's first suitcase. They molt 30 times before adulthood, each exoskeleton a diary entry in calcium. You name it Klaus. Watch it pivot toward rotten shrimp scent. If anyone asks, you're conducting ecological surveillance. Memories rise like air bubbles from silt. Your first kiss behind the cooper's shed, peppermint schnapps, and seabird screams. The kiss outlived the relationship, outlived the shed, outlived the peppermint brand. Tide pools mirror the sky. You're 38 or 17 or 90. Port time bends, wristwatches into pretzels. A foghorn groans 2 octaves below middle C, the Nils Holgersson announcing its midnight crawl toward Helsinki. You counted 728 containers aboard yesterday, 728 caskets for IKEA lamps and pickled herring. Radio logs from 73 mention a shipment of industrial mayonnaise that went radioactive in the hold. Truck drivers reportedly glowed till Christmas, a fact the city archive denies, but bartenders swear by. Waves fret the ladder, humming the tune your mother crooned during storms. Alemane and Chen, with a Pomeranian accent, every verse ending in wet coughs. A ND Chinese letter clicks. She hated the sea, loved a sailor, learned the hard way they're not the same thing. You hum the chorus now. Let the wind carry the plop where her voice used to crack. 2 coins glint in a crab hole, euro cents bonded by verdigris. Tails side up, always tails. You pocket them anyway, modern lux. A coin flip where both sides say try again. Historians still argue whether 15th century amber smugglers trained cormorants to dive, for resin guild ledgers mention feathered helpers. But bird brains lack pockets. Modern experiments failed spectacularly. 1 cormorant stole a senator's Rolex in Riga. Rain starts, stops, starts. The sky can't commit. Droplets bead on a spiderweb stretched between cleats, liquid diamonds on a 6-string lute. Pluck 1, and the whole harbor shivers. Your phone buzzes, a calendar alert for your niece's birthday. 3 years late, but Baltic reception treats time zones like vague suggestions. The nets judder suddenly, nylon twine humming as if plucked. No wind to blame, just the water's restless hips shifting beneath the dock. You press a palm to the planks. Feel the echo of Sturdebecker's cannons vibrating through wormholes. Privateer ghosts make poor company, all agenda and no small talk. Light bleeds across the channel, not dawn yet. Just a cruise ship's disco inferno bleeding through portholes. Passengers sway to deaf EDM. Blissfully, unaware the Baltic has swallowed 5,000 vessels since the Vikings. Tonight's party favors miniature compasses with inaccurate needles, a metaphor someone's too drunk to notice. You tug a knot loose from the net, frayed twine hissing through your grip. Boy Scouts would gasp, sailors would nod. Some tangles improve with age, lovers' fishing line, the plot of Twin Peaks. Let the day shift sort it out. A barnacle sliced your thumb. The blood beads neat and countable. 13 drops plink onto rust. An offering the tide will erase in 11 minutes. 3 wars started over Lübeck's harbor, all forgotten by the gulls. Your blood's just another temporary tenant. Cold nips your nape, hell's breath, or a breeze off Fehmarn. Either way, your collar's useless. Norse death goddesses don't respect Uniqlo heat tech. You turn westward, where a balcony light winks through the diesel haze. Someone's burning toast. The scent almost covers the port's low-tide musk. Almost. Nets sag, a memories sink. The Baltic licks its lips. 2 more hours till your cots embrace, till coffee boils, till daylight scrubs the quay raw. You exhale, a paper boat launched toward the horizon, ink running, sails dissolving, navigational debates rendered moot. Your palms meet cold iron, salt-crusted railings biting into calluses. Neptune knows every fingerprint left here, smudged prayers from helm hands and heartaches. In 1634, pilots burned peat moss in beacon baskets, thick smoke guiding ships through the Little Belt Strait, the methods still used during satellite outages, proving old gods and tech share custody of the waves. A tanker glides past, its hull slurping against the water like a child nursing a juice box. Red mast, lights blink, matching the rhythm of your pulse. You trace the shipping lane's curve, 19 nautical miles, to the Murren Island wreck. Divers whisper about radioactive mussels clinging to the SS ice grims, boilers, their shells clicking like Geiger counters. You make a mental note to Google that later. Mermaid gossip never hurts the YouTube algorithm. Wind plates your breath with diesel fumes. A fragrance Lübeck's tourism board optimistically calls salt amber. 3 centuries back, skippers paid tolls in wine barrels and wheat. Today it's euros in a numbered account. Progress wears sensible shoes. Your coffee thermos rolls toward the edge, saved by a barnacle acting as divine intervention. The pilot's motto clicks into place. Trust rust. Waves slap the embankment, each one a wet fist demanding attention. You count 19 before losing track. Tide maths, a sucker's game. That Baltic herring tattoo on your ankle throbs. Psychosomatic guilt for eating a smoked one at lunch. Lutherans built this harbor, Calvinists maintained it. You just babysit the graveyard shift. A distant buoy clangs, off-key and stubborn, like your ex's band. Moonlight shears across the sound, slicing waves into mercury ribbons. Historians still argue whether Lübeck imported sand from Norway for 15th century shipyards. But why bother when grudges build better foundations? You kick a pebble, it plops into the water, joining the 900,000 others. Traffic control radios static, a garbled name that might be analyst or antidepressant. You hum along, inventing lyrics about customs officers and contraband gummy bears. The summer of '02 saw a cruise ship quarantined here. Passengers bartered duty-free cognac for tampons. True story, or a fever dream from that moldy rye bread. Your boot nudges a prayer candle wedged between stones, half-melted wax pooled around St. Nicholas' face. Someone's hoping for smooth seas, or smooth lies at the next port. Medieval sailors wore knitted caps dipped in tar, primitive brain buckets for when the mast disagreed with their skulls. You adjust your beanie, acrylic's progress, unless Neptune's into petroleum-based fashion. Clouds bruise the horizon, purple feuding with gunmetal gray. The Puttgarden ferry honks, its belly full of trucks and trucker podcasts. You recall a theory that Baltic currents can carry messages in bottles to Riga in 72 hours. Tested it once, sent a haiku and your ex's Netflix password. Never heard back poetic justice or weak tides. Rain arrives, needle-thin and spiteful. You duck under a tarpaulin, its plastic skin sticky with last week's sunscreen. 17th century dockworkers huddled here too, swapping lice and lute songs. Their ghostly laughter pops like depth charges in your ears. Proof immortalities, just good timing. A flashlight beam stabs the fog, security doing their half-hearted rounds. You freeze, become a statue-titled man contemplating takeout menus. They pass, unaware your left socks from a 3-pack lost in the laundry of 19. Heritage is what survives the dryer. The rail vibrates, a freighter's engine cranking up its baseline. You press your forehead to the metal. Let the diesel thrum rewrite your thoughts. Post-war pilots navigated by piano wire sonar, pinging hulls like out-of-tune keys. Took 14 tries to dock the SS Butterfingers. Its captain later opened a jazz club in Rostock. Your phone lights up, a spam text about Egyptian river god worship. Swipe left, ironically. Cleopatra's barge once sailed the Nile with perfumed sails. Lübeck's harbor once hosted a Viking longship selling knockoff amber. Every empire's a pyramid scheme. The Baltic's just better at recycling. 2 gulls fight over a friche-speckled wrapper, feathered carens, disputing expired carbs. You root for the smaller one. Underdogs deserve greasy wins. Biologists say urban gulls live 15 years. This one's clearly thrived on stolen onion rings. The lighthouse beam sweeps past, blinding you just as you spot a dice floating in the scum. Snake eyes poetic for a midnight omen. Fishermen used whalebone dice in taverns. Losers paid in blubber shots. You pocket it. Let Neptune decide your cut. Shivers climb your spine, not the cold, the weight of the water's memory. 700 shipwrecks rust below their crews, last breaths trapped in champagne bubbles. One U-boat captain's log mentioned a mermaid chess game. King to e4, checkmate in kelp. Experts call it hypoxia. You call it a better story. Dawns a rumor the gulls haven't heard yet. You unclench your hands. The rail imprints its braille on your skin, dockworkers' Morse code. The prayer's the same as always. Keep the engines humming and the nightmares sinking. Waves answer by erasing your shadow tide by tide, shift by shift. Your boots crunch over mussel shells, each step cracking the harbor's brittle skin. Below the silt, iron giants slumber, anchors stack like disarmed claws, their flukes crusted in gnarled oysters and defeat. Lübeck's council ordered 1,000 anchors sunk here in 1734. A Prussian king's decree to stop smugglers using them as clandestine moorings. The plan worked until fishermen started snagging trident-shaped rust on their nets. You crouch fingers skating across a barnacle beard. Cold seeps through your gloves, metal's eternal November. One anchor chain loops like a fossilized serpent, its last bite still clamped around a Roman coin from Britain. Historians still argue whether it's proof of Baltic trade routes or a bored legionnaire's lost lunch money. You side with the bored legionnaire. Empires rise and fall, pettiness endures. A crab skitters over a corroded crown. Tenant rights don't expire underwater. Legends claim storm surges make the anchors clang like ghostly church bells. Sailors swear it's Neptune tuning his grand piano. Last summer, a tick-toker dove here to film marine vibes and surfaced swearing an anchor winked at him. You half believe it. Pressure does funny things, both to brains and 18th century iron. Kelp braids itself through chain links, nature's slow reclamation project. Your flashlight catches a phosphorescent worm, the only street lamp in this drowned suburb. 17th century captains believed dumping cursed anchors here would spare their ships from gales. Records show 98 vessels sank anyway, but the paperwork looked fantastic. A barnacle crumbles under your thumb, time's dandruff. You spot a nearly intact anchor, stamped with a double-headed eagle Habsburg merch lost during the Sound toll disputes. Someone's bad day in 1565 is now your trivia night gem. The sea doesn't care about dynasties, only the weight we leave behind. 3 stripes of moonlight ripple across a tilted anchor bed, an aquatic zebra crossing. Your thermos clinks against a protruding shank. The sound echoes like a sonar ping. During WWII, resistance fighters hid explosives in hollowed anchors to sabotage Nazi patrol boats. not officially confirmed, but local pubs serve depth-charge lager in their honor. Saltwater laps your boots, high tide coming to tuck its relics in. You pocket a rust flake, future coaster for future whiskey. The harbor master once told you these anchors whisper advice to new ships: sink or swim sounds wiser when it's been screamed through a conch shell. A jellyfish pulses near a skeletal anchor ring, translucent umbrella over a rust prom. You imagine the anchor's heyday, holding a merchant schooner steady as hands unloaded saffron and lies. Now it hosts biohacker conferences for plankton. Life's a circle or a noose, depends on your tax bracket. Wind rifles through your coat, a bored bureaucrat checking permits. The anchors seem to shift, though that's just the moon dragging shadows. Divers found a love letter sealed in rum bottle wedged in an anchor bend, ink blurred to ocean Rorschach. You hope it was a breakup note. Tragedies age better. Your radio crackles with a weather update squall incoming. Anchors don't flinch. They've seen worse from drier hands. You glance at the surface, constellations scattered like breadcrumbs. 20 generations of barnacles have lived and died since that Habsburg anchor sank, which beats your 30-year mortgage. Rain pricks the water, a million tiny harpoons. You turn toward shore, lighthouse beams cutting through the downpour. The anchors fade behind you, patient as headstones. Neptune's trophy case, or maritime junk drawer, depends who's dusting. One last wave taps your heel, saltwater's version of good night. Tomorrow's tide will shift the silt, rearrange the graveyard's furniture. You wonder if future boots will crush these same shells, or if the anchors will finally finish whatever argument they're having with the seabed. The harbor keeps its receipts. Rust never sleeps, and neither does the need to anchor something, anything, before the current takes you. The first blush of dawn stains the sky like weak tea pale gold seeping through night's black sieve. Lübeck's roosters remain stubbornly silent. City Ordinance 1763 forbade foul disturbances within the medieval walls. Their modern descendants honor the law, but seagulls pick up the slack with all the grace of broken car alarms. Barges yawn awake, their engines coughing diesel into the crisp air. A fishmonger's blade thwacks wet wood, rhythm older than the Hanseatic League. You clock the oldest warehouse, its red brick face scarred by centuries of salt. Weather vanes spin like indecisive compasses, pointedly ignoring North's pull. Fog retreats chased by light that licks the mastheads clean. Cargo cranes stretch metallic limbs, port's alarm clock groaning to life. Against all logic, a lone violinist plays Vivaldi near the customs office. Their case lies open to catch coins, and the last crumbs of night's privacy. Faint shapes resolve into dockhands, sleepwalkers in oilskin robes. Their boots slap the quay, slapping back at the sea's constant shushing. One man hauls a crate stamped with Cyrillic, pre-war fonts clinging to splintered wood. Historians still argue whether Stalin's grain shipments passed through here in '48. But these boxes reek of pickled herring, not revolution. Across the Trave, a bakery window glows, dough fists pounding surrender into flour. The scent hijacks your senses, carb-laden propaganda at dawn. 17th century bakers worked by moonlight to avoid fires. Now their successors blast Scandinavian black metal playlists, progress tastes like cardamom and OSHA violations. A ferry's horn blares the lunch lady of maritime sounds. Gulls swarm its wake, feathered piranhas arguing over foam trails. You spot a child on deck, face pressed to the rail, their first voyage mimicking Columbus, wide-eyed squint. The boat drifts east toward Finland's pine-blanketed ribs. Workboats spider-walk through the channel, tethered to tugboat escorts. Their hulls wear scabs of rust, hieroglyphs of neglect. You recall Lübeck's 1923 harbor expansion. Engineers dynamited a sandbar, unleashing a plague of disoriented eels. Locals ate well that winter. But the eels had the last laugh in outhouse nightmares. Cobblestones gleam polished by centuries of fish guts and spilled ale. A street sweeper chases an espresso with schnapps of breakfast of accidental heroes. His broom scratches like a metronome, keeping time for the port's arrhythmic heart. Dawn's full fist now, colors sharpening beyond watercolor lies. The Halstentor's twin spires pierce the haze, stone sentinels blinking sleep from their arches. A tour group clusters beneath them, smartphones raised like votive candles. Their guide claims the tower leans exactly 13 centimeters, East architect's silent nod to Lucifer. The city denies it, but you've seen the blueprints, ice cracks in the fish market's gutters, winter's bones snapping. Vendors arrange pike and perch, silver bodies curved like smugglers' smiles. You inhale the scene, a perfume of algae and ambition. In '89, a fisherman hauled up a crate of Stasi files sealed in wax. He sold them as waterproof kindling, East German secrets, keeping West German stoves warm. A church bell tolls, 7 strikes melting into the breeze. Pigeons erupt from the St. Mary's spire, feathered shrapnel against limestone. The sound waves lap at your ribs, low German echoes of a Latin mass workers cross themselves out of habit, or maybe to ward off overtime. Sunlight hits the Buddenbrook house, sugar-white facade dripping with literary ghosts. A student sketches its gables, ignoring Thomas Mann's ghost scowling from an attic window. You smirk. Death hasn't softened his opinion of amateur artists. Warehouse doors creak open, revealing stacks of pallets like wooden monoliths. A forklift beeps its way into the fray, modern-day squire, serving concrete overlords. The air thrums with urgency now. Cargo won't unload itself. Democracy be damned. High above, plain trails stitch the sky-dotted lines to Warsaw, Oslo, Reykjavik. Their engines murmur like distant gossip. You check your watch. its hands sprinting toward the first coffee break. Timekeepers lie fastest at dawn minutes stretch and snap like saltwater taffy. Wind snatches a sailor's cap, sending it cartwheeling into your path. You stomp the brim mid-flight, an accidental matador. Its owner offers a coffee-blackened grin, payment in the form of a stale peppermint. Maritime bartering thrives before 9 a.m. The dredger arrives, a steel hippo sifting the riverbed for lost stories. Its jaws clank, spitting out anchor fragments and a sodden teddy bear. A crewman shrugs, tagging the bare cargo one. Childhood slightly used. Schoolchildren scuttle past, backpacks bobbling like gelatinous life preservers. One girl pauses to poke a jellyfish stranded at the quay's edge. Her teacher calls it a marine biology lesson. The jellyfish calls it a rotten Tuesday. Church bells again, this time with Lutheran gusto. You count the peals 10, 20, 30, then lose track. The sound pools in your sternum, a stained glass vibration. Tourists mistake it for quaint local charm. You know it's Lübeck's way of saying move along. Clouds coagulate milk curdling in the blue. Your shadow grows teeth, stretching westward to nip at Antwerp's heels. The port inhales deeply, lungs full of diesel and possibility. Tomorrow's winds already spin in the wings, rehearsing their next grand entrance. A single snowflake kisses your cheek, winter's RSVP. You turn up your collar, fabric stiff, with yesterday's brine. The horizon hardens into day, night's watercolors, now locked in museum drawers. Boots pivot toward the train station, a reluctant concession to schedules. Behind you, the harbor folds yesterday into neat origami ships. Dawn's ultimatum was never a choice, just salt and light doing their ancient dance. You step into the crowd, another temporary anchor in the stream. Your boots scuff the quay's edge, each step erasing itself in the tide's retreat. Salt crusts cling to your cuffs, reluctant souvenirs from the Baltic's cold fingers. Behind you, the port exhales, a drawn-out sigh tinged with diesel and dawn. Even Lübeck's stones seem to slump, weary sentinels after their night-long vigil. Gulls resume their reign, screeching dive bombers staking claim to forgotten fish heads. Watch their chaos through half-closed lids, nature's perfect argument against sobriety. A cargo ship glides toward the locks, its hull wearing the dawn like a stolen robe. You count its flags, Malta, Liberia. Afraid jolly, Roger some first mate added as a joke. Maritime law has no sense of humor, but the Baltic winks. Ice cracks underfoot puddles, surrendering to the sun's warm blade. Your shadow stretches east, a tattered banner pointing toward Mecklenburg's forests. Centuries ago, merchants dragged amber along these same routes, their carts groaning with petrified sunlight. Archaeologists found a Viking longship buried beneath the St. Mary's altar last decade, its hull packed with squirrel pelts and regret. A bell clangs, 3 abrupt notes from the pilot's tower. Crewmen shout in a mishmash of Tagalog and low German Baltic pidgin at its finest. The last tendrils of mist cling to anchor chains, ghostly fingers refusing to let go. You blink, and the harbor sharpens into postcard clarity. All primary colors and forced smiles. Rainbow slicks shimmer between boats, oil and sunlight, arm wrestling for dominance. A child's balloon escapes from the promenade, charting a course for Gothenburg on fickle winds. Historians still argue whether Lübeck's medieval sewage system was designed by drunkards or geniuses. The answer's probably both. Down a side alley, a stray cat bats at a mussel shell, tiny teeth clicking against calcium armor. Your pocket vibrates, a text from someone who thinks dawn is a reasonable hour for conversation. The screen glows, an alien artifact in this brine-soaked world. You let it die mid-buzz. Modernity can wait. Ahead, the train station looms, a brick behemoth blushing in the new light. Commuters swarm its arches, worker ants in wool coats. Pause at the threshold, one last glance over your shoulder. The Trave River licks its wounds, silvered by the day's first blows. Fishermen gut their catch with practiced hands, each slice echoing Hanseatic butchers from 1324. A lone cormorant perches on a bollard, wings spread to dry like a blackened crucifix. It stares you down, feathered priest of the tidelands. Footsteps fade behind you, absorbed into the city's growling wake. Cobblestones smooth underfoot, worn by 700 years of desperate sprints and leisurely strolls. A bakery's warmth hugs your face, pretzels fresh from the oven, their salt crystals catching the light like crushed diamonds. Breathe deep cardamom and yeast, Lübeck's oldest conspiracy. Across the street, a tour guide waves a Lübeck flag, its lion emblem snarling at pigeons. This way to the Marzipan Museum. She trills, her voice sharp enough to carve initials in amber. Teenagers skulk behind her, sharing earbuds and existential dread. You hum a sea shanty under your breath, the only appropriate soundtrack for maritime goodbyes. Sun climbs higher, bleaching shadows into submission. Your reflection glides across shop windows, a smudged watermark against displays of porcelain and regret. At the station's mouth, a busker plays La Paloma on a dented trumpet. His case holds 17 euros and a photo of a dachshund capitalism with a side of pathos. Boarding platform 3 feels like breaking a spell, asphalt and steel replacing salt and sighing wood. The train exhales, impatient to shed its Lübeck skin. Your seat faces backward, the port shrinking with each meter gained. Cranes wave iron farewells, their gestures lost on commuters nose-deep in tabloids. A conductor barks destinations, Hamburg, Kiel, a dozen towns with umlauts over their vowels. The wheels find their rhythm, metallic lullaby for landlocked souls. You trace the river's serpentine path through grimy glass, water and light still dancing their ancient waltz. In your pocket, a sea-worn pebble digs into your thigh, souvenir or accidental theft, who's to say? The train car sways, mimicking the sway of tethered ships. A toddler points at grazing cows, their hides mirroring the Baltic's patchy fog. Your eyelids dip, blurring the horizon into Turner's fever dream. Somewhere behind those clouds, a freighter's horn moans. Lübeck's heartbeat fades to a murmur, until all that remains is the rattle of tracks and the ghost of salt on your tongue. The train's rhythm softens, steel whispers replacing the harbor's brash symphony. Fields melt into gold streaks, a blurred canvas beyond smudged glass. Your pebble warms in silent exchange, each groove mapping tides you'll never sail. Breathe slow, let diesel fumes mix with seaweed memories. Fatigue wraps your ribs, a velvet anchor pulling downward. Sunlight pools in seat hollows, liquid gold for tired hands. The child's laughter fades, absorbed into the hum of turning wheels. You count telegraph poles, but lose them to a yawn's embrace. Hamburg's shadow looms, its skyline bristling with ambitions Lübeck discarded. The train shudders, eager to join the city's steel pulse. Yet here, in this swaying limbo, salt still crusts your lashes. A heron glides beside your window, stitching sky to earth, then dissolves. Fingers brush the pebble edges worn smooth by insistent waves. Maybe a rock, maybe the Baltic's final sigh. Does it matter? Muscles melt into the seat. The conductors call a distant lullaby. Close your eyes. Let shadows dance behind lids. The world shrinks to stone weight, yeast lingering on fabric, horizons swallowed. Somewhere gulls squabble, cranes bow, waves erase. Here you are stillness. When did the rattling stop? Silence pools thick, like pine resin. Platform murmurs seep in greetings. Wheels, a saxophone's far-off cry. Stand, legs light as driftwood, steps guided by habit. Sun stings, yet morning holds a softer glow. Your pocket cradles the pebble, its story yours to keep or lose. A breeze slips through, carrying fish, diesel, a salt-kissed hint, face turned, eyes closed. 3 breaths, you're back on the quay, dawn's chill, etching your shape. Then, gone scattered by perfume and steam. Walk forward, let Lübeck rest in memory's net. The world turns, ports, trains, cities. But here you float, cradled by stone tide, and the deep hush of rest.